waive your examination on today? Have you had an opportunity to speak with your attorney about your decision to waive your exam? Did your attorney explain to you that during the exam the people must show that probably a crime was committed in the city of Detroit and probably you committed that crime? Did he explain that to you? And you still wish to waive your exam? Has anyone promised you anything or threatened you in any way to get you to waive your exam? Anything from the people?
Just one matter, Your Honor. I'd like to bring to the court's attention that while I was talking to the victim in today's case, the defendant was out in the hall and she was, I didn't realize it, but she was close to us. She started a verbal sort of yelling aggressively.
Objection, Your Honor. I was caucusing with my client in a private area.
Well, wait a minute. He's not finished. You don't get to interrupt him. Go ahead.
Well, we were just standing out in the hallway. I did not know they were there. The defendant started yelling at the victim in this case. The victim didn't say anything back, started crying when we took her into the witness room. I'd just like to bring that to the court's attention.
Okay, counsel, in response?
Yeah, we were privately caucusing in this corner over here. My client wasn't even looking that way. Maybe there was some noise and some conversation, but I quickly took my client to the back window and told her just ignore it. I didn't feel it was that intense. There was some conversation, but we were having a private caucus in that.
Did your client, counsel, did your client say something to the defendant?
There was some very minimal conversation.
Okay, it happened.
Yes.
So maybe if there's a no contact order or something.
There should already be a no contact order.
All right.
Counsel, caution your client. She's in a judicial process. It's a process that really does work. Oftentimes, people forget that they are innocent until proven guilty. And so don't get yourself into any additional trouble because no one has proven you guilty at this point. So allow the system to play out. Don't have any contact with the complaining witness. I am going to bind you over. I've accepted your waiver. I'm finding that it's free and voluntarily, and therefore your arraignment on the information with 3rd Circuit Court will be June 30th, 2015 at 9 o'clock a.m. No contact means no contact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready. Ready on Bothuell.
This is case 1556166. The people of the state of Michigan versus defendant 1, Monique Dillard-Bothuell, and defendant 2, Charlie Bothuell. Defendants 1 and 2 is charged with count 1, torture. Defendants 1 and 2 is charged with count 2, child abuse, 2nd degree, and both are present for exam.
Okay, good morning. Your appearance for the record. Also, because I have a new court reporter today, after you give your appearance, your P number.
Your Honor, Karen Goldfarb, C-A-R-I-N, Goldfarb, G-O-L-D-F-A-R-B, 33138, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
Good morning. Parisa Kiani, P-A-R-I-S-A, last name K-I-A-N-I, P73072.
Good morning, Your Honor. Godfrey Dillard appearing on behalf of Ms. Bothuell, G-O-D-F-R-E-Y, D-I-L-L-A-R-D, P22802.
Thank you. Good morning, and good morning, Mrs. Bothuell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ferris Haddad, P71538, on behalf of Mr. Charlie Bothuell.
Good morning. And good morning, Mr. Bothuell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Patrick Smith, SMITH, P number 51431.
Okay, and good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I've already had a sidebar with the attorneys. I don't believe there are any preliminary matters that we need to place on the record at this time, and the people may proceed with calling their next witness.
It would be Officer Dietrich Mack. He's right here.
First name is Dietrich, D-E-T-R-A-C-K. Last name is Mott, M-O-T-T.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, tell us your name for the record.
First name is Dietrich. Last name is Mott, M-O-T-T.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Are you an officer?
I am.
Officer, and how long have you been a Detroit police officer?
15 years.
And you're currently assigned to the homicide section?
I am.
Did you, as a part of your duties and responsibilities with the Detroit police, download some telephones on behalf of Violent Crimes Task Force or Crimes Against Children Task Force back in June of 2014, around June 18th or so.
Yes.
Do you recall the phones that you downloaded?
Yes.
Did you meet the people whose phones they were?
I did not.
Did you have releases in order to permit you to download the phones that you downloaded?
Yes.
Sir, can you tell us if you're able to determine the releases and phones were under the name of Monique, Dillard-Bothuell, and Charlie Bothuell IV. Am I correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine the phone number that was associated with Monique Dillard-Bothuell, please?
Yes.
Can you tell us that?
If I could read my report to refresh recollection.
Would it help you refresh your recollection?
It will.
All right, please tell us.
Monique Bothuell.
Objection, just a moment.
Oh, she already has, okay, it's the same phone number. That's fine, Your Honor. I think counsel's prepared to stipulate that the phone records that have been admitted to the court are the phone records, as opposed to reading the phone number aloud. I thought she had a new phone number, but apparently not, so I don't want to read it out loud.
Okay, and
I'm stipulating that it was her phone number for the purposes of exam only because she doesn't want her number to be spoken out.
absolutely. And on behalf of Mr. Bothuell, are we getting the same stipulation?
For the purposes of exam, we'll stipulate that it's his phone number, Your Honor.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right. I'm going to begin on with the phone associated with Monique Dillard-Bothuell, sir. Beginning on, there's a whole group of messages, correct? Like lots and lots of them, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to refer to the call, some messages on June 9th of 2014, right? And on Monique Dillard-Bothuell's phone, all right, Your Honor, Mr. Smith is reluctant to ask me to put the last four numbers of these phones that were stipulated to, and the court has the record on the record, which the one associated with Monique Dillard-Bothuell would be the last four numbers, 1565, and Charlie Bothuell, of course, would be 9799, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Beginning on June 9th, 2014, these calls are labeled by line number. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to ask you to look at the one associated with Monique Dillard-Bothuell at line 174. Okay. You there?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you what time that call was.
That call was at 10:09 p.m.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, I believe it's a text.
Excuse me, the text.
Okay, thank you.
And I would ask you to also look at the phone associated with Mr. Bothuell at line 717, sir. If you could look at him at the exact same time, that probably would help.
717?
717, Your Honor. You see that?
Yes.
Are they the same or different phone? Are they the same or different text messages?
The same text message.
All right. And what is the timestamp associated with the one associated with Monique Bothuell's phone?
10:09 p.m.
What seconds?
48.
At line 174?
174.
I'm talking about Monique Bothuell's now. If you want to look at your sheet, you probably can do that, but go ahead.
Okay. That message was timestamped at 10:09, 36 p.m.
Okay. And the exact same message is on the phone associated with Mr. Bothuell, right?
Yes.
And at what time is the timestamp?
10:09:48 p.m.
And does that tell you anything with regard to who sent and who received that message?
Yes.
Or what phones sent and received that message?
Yes.
All right. All right, can you tell us what that message says, sir? What does it tell you with regard to that?
That the two handheld devices were communicating with each other.
All right. Does it tell you who sent and received it?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
Next to the cell phone number, there's a contact name on there.
All right. If it says, if one message on line 174 says it was 10:09:36 p.m. and the other one says 10:09:48 p.m., does that mean the earlier one was the sending device and the later one was the receiving device?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, what does it say?
Want me to read the message?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't tell you. Long story short, Charlie didn't remove the dishes I washed yesterday from the dishwasher, and I just added more dishes in the dishwasher and lied about it.
It says, it doesn't say and I, it says
I'm sorry.
and. Go ahead.
Where do you want
Can
me?
you start over, please?
Okay.
Yes, we sidebar.
Okay, let's sidebar very quickly.
Just real quick.
Oh, you know, I thought it was just me. Yeah, just some moisture or something. Maybe just from the air conditioner or something. It's not looking like that.
All I need is for that to fall in. All right. This day 8 of this month.
Miss Goldbar, give me. But you're on 10 and I'm on 2. Stop. I'm not saying you're not getting the message.
It's like
What I'm trying to say, sir, is that you're not going to do the full message. You are extra busy exercise. You came up with the messages that were related to this matter, and those are the messages that you're reviewing. That's all I'm doing. Okay, tell me the truth. Okay, we're back on the record. Ms. Goldberg?
Thank you. Can you just read it real carefully, please, exactly as it says?
Okay. Reading the text message. Oh, I didn't tell you. Long story short, Charlie removed the dishes I washed yesterday from the dishwasher.
Objection.
It's not what it says. Sustain.
Go ahead. Start over.
Okay. Oh, I didn't tell you. Long story short, Charlie didn't remove the dishes I washed yesterday from the dishwasher, and I just added more dishes.
Objection.
And, okay.
And just
Thank
added.
you. All right. Your Honor, since we've agreed to the messages, how about if I do this? Is this what it says, sir? Oh, I didn't tell you, long story short. Charlie didn't remove.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think the prosecutor should be reading it in. She's not the witness.
You wanted to have your witness put the messages on the record. Have your witness put the message on the record.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Oh, I didn't tell you. Long story short, Charlie didn't remove dishes I washed yesterday from the dishwasher and just added more dishes in the dishwasher and lied about it. I had to ask 4 times, then I was just too tired to draw out the answer.
Sir, I'm going to ask you, to move on to June 10th, 2014, at line 160, 8
For whose phone?
for Miss Dillard-Bothuell. 160. 8, it should be a line 160. Of her phone.
Line 160 read, I locked Charlie out. I'm going back.
Okay. Now, do you see a similar message at line 174 on Mr. Bothuell's phone? Mr. Bothuell.
714?
714.
Yes.
Okay. You able to tell which phone sent and which phone received that message?
Yes.
Which one?
Monique Bothuell sent that message to Charlie Bothuell.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now, June 12th, 2014, at line 129 on the phone associated with Mrs. Bothuell.
Which line, I'm sorry?
129, Your Honor. June 12th, 2014. Oh, you know what? It's a line 130, excuse me. An error. 130. Do you see it?
Okay. For June 12th, 2014?
Yes.
Line 130 reads, did you know about Charlie 2 a.m. phone alarm to remind him to use the bathroom?
And sir, do you see a similar call, or similar text at line 545 on Charlie Bothuell?
Yes.
Is looking at line 544 on Charlie Bothuell's phone. Can you tell us if there's a message there? Line 544.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that message says? What time's it at, first of all?
Line 544 is timestamped for June 12th, 2014 at 7:29 a.m.
What does it say?
It states, no. He told you that? What?
And do you see also that a matching message is on Ms. Bothuell's phone at line 128?
128?
Yep.
Yes.
Can you tell which one who sent which message by the times?
Monique Bothuell sent that to Charlie Bothuell.
Okay, what about the one that says, he told you that what? That's what I'm asking you about. The one that says he told you that what? On line 544. It's on Mr. Bothuell's phone. It's timestamp 7:29:41. And on Ms. Bothuell's phone, it is timestamp 7:29:55 at line 128. What does that tell you about who sent and who received it? If it's Mr. Bothuell's at 7:29:41 and Mrs. Bothuell's at 7:29:55, does that tell you something?
Yes.
What's it tell you?
That Mr. Bothuell sent that to Mrs.
All right.
Mr. Bothuell.
All right. Going to line 126, 7:30:30 at line 126 on Monique Bothuell's phone. on Monique's 126 on Monique Bothuell's phone.
Okay.
All right?
That message was timestamped for June 12th, 2014 at 7:30 a.m. and it reads, "Just told me."
All right. And you see
Objection, is that correct when he says 7:30 a.m.?
7:30.
30 a.m.
Thank you. Does the same message appear on Mr. Bothuell's phone?
What line?
At line 543, sir.
Yes.
What is it? Okay, same message?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to Miss Bothuell's phone, same day, at line 125, 73201.
What line number?
Line 125, sir.
Okay. Line 125 is timestamped at June 12, 2014 at 7:32 and 1 second a.m.
What does it say?
That message state that said he peed on himself months ago. Now, mind you, I noticed this a week ago and changed it to 5, and he changed it back.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to take you now to a series of text messages. Beginning on June 14th, 2014, at 7:21:15 on Miss Monique Dillard-Bothuell's phone. Line 85, please. What's the exact time and what does it say?
Okay, line 85 is timestamped June 14, 2014 at 7:21, 51 seconds p.m. And that message read, "What is his elliptical number supposed to be?"
What is his, there's a word before elliptical, isn't there?
What is his evening elliptical number supposed to be?
Do you see the same text message on Charlie Bothuell's phone? It's line 276, sir.
Yes.
The timestamps for Monique Bothuell's phone is 7:21:51, and the timestamp for his phone is 7:22. Does that indicate to you who sent it and who received it?
Yes.
What does it indicate?
That Monique Bothuell sent the message to Charlie Bothuell's phone.
All right. And then I'm going to have you look at the next, at line 83 on Monique Bothuell's phone. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, line 84 first. You see it?
Yes.
What does it say?
Line 84 is timestamped June 14, 2014 at 7:22:36 p.m. and it just simply reads 4,000.
All right. And do you see the same 4,000 at line 275 on Charlie Bothuell's phone at 7:22:27?
What line number was that?
275.
Yes.
All right. So assuming that his is timestamped 7:22:27, hers is timestamped
that Charlie Bothuell sent that message to his wife, Monique Bothuell.
All right, back, next.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it just says that his phone sent the message to her phone, and I just want to make that clear. Your
So
Honor.
noted for the record, I'm aware.
Go ahead. Sir, going to Monique Bothuell, again, phone at line 83, 727-53, say at line 83. See that?
Yes.
What does it say?
That line was timestamped June 14, 2014 at 7:27:53 p.m. The text state he's prepping to get it back on, said he needs a poop break.
And do you see the same thing on Charlie Bothuell's phone at 7:27:58?
What line number?
274, sir.
Yes,
All right. The same message?
it is.
All right, sir, when you look at lines 274, it's set on Monique Dillard-Bothuell's phone. Does it indicate who she sent that message to at line 274?
Yes.
And when you look at his phone at line 83,
Yes, there's an indication who the message was sent to.
all right, sir, on Charlie Dillard-Bothuell's phone, there's a message immediately following at 7:29:30. Is that correct?
Objection, it's not Charlie Dillard-Bothuell.
I mean,
So noted for the record.
I apologize. On Monique Dillard-Bothuell's phone, there's a message at 7:29:30. Do you see that?
What line number is that?
It's line 82.
Yes.
Does that have the last four numbers associated with that phone that sent that message? Are you able to tell us?
Yes.
What are they?
9799.
Okay, tell us what the message says.
That message is stamped for June 14, 2014 at 7:29:30 p.m. And the text reads, "Wow, we need to get this money and ship his ass. I am going to gear him towards competing one of these bullshit law schools that I'm about to attend. He lacks the discipline and the core character and drive to be a doctor, nurse, scientist, period. Maybe time and continued effort may help, but I have no reason to be hopeful at this point. Let's get this money and get him gone."
Sir, do you see a message sent by received on Monique Dillard-Bothuell's phone at line 81 at 7:30:14, about less than a minute later?
Yes.
What's it say? At line 81.
Line 81, the text reads, "Tell him that is bullshit. He just knew you checked and were telling me."
Do you see another message, sir, at line 80 at 7:31:41?
Yes.
And that's also on Monique Dillard-Bothuell's phone?
Yes.
What's it say?
Ask him how many poop breaks he has taken in the middle of a run when I was there. Worry about something else. I love you. Hug, love from me. Luke for me.
Do you see a immediately after on her phone at 8:14:23 on line 79.
Yes.
What did it say?
That text read, we talked. He gave myself away, but
He
not.
gave-
He gave himself away, but not what he said, but what he did. He started removing the barriers he set up for Lily. I knew without looking at the clock or the lift to go he was short. Sound only moron.
And sir, do you see that on Charlie Bothuell's phone at line 267 a similar message?
Yes.
Alright. Going back to the one that tell him it's bullshit. Do you see the same message on Charlie Bothuell's phone at line 81, at line 273?
Yes.
And then, sir, the very next message after the one you just read, we talked, he gave himself away, etc., ending with moron. Do you see the very next text messages from Miss Dillard-Bothuell? Or on Miss Dillard-Bothuell's phone at line 78?
Yes.
What's it say?
Line 78 reads, police here taking report.
I have nothing else.
Will there be any cross-examination at this time on behalf of the defendant?
One moment, Judge. We're trying to
Yes.
shorten things up here.
Thank you.
No question, Your Honor. All right, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Bothuell,
Just a few questions.
just a few.
We get it.
Cross-exam, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Mott.
Good morning, sir.
You also did as part of this phone, you did the phone dump, and you got these text messages yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of that, you not only got text messages, you got the phone calls that were made from the cell phones as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall, on the night that we've just been talking about, that they were texting, June 14th, which is when Teen Charlie went missing, do you recall how many times?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know how many times I could object to the same thing that they continue to
He's
say.
not, it hasn't been established that he was a teenager at the time, so go ahead and proceed with your
Okay.
question.
Your Honor, can I just ask that I finish my question, and then I'll pause and let her object whenever she wants, because
We're
she
not doing
continues to
this.
interrupt.
Go ahead and ask your few questions.
Do you recall how many times he called Mr. Bothuell's phone called 911 on that night?
No.
Okay, if I hand you a copy of the report for that night, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Has the prosecutor seen what you're approaching with?
It's part of the discovery.
would indicate, Your Honor, that the defense did not provide me with any information about what they intended to admit, but, you know.
I don't intend to admit it. I'm just refreshing his recollection from the
Okay.
discovery she gave me.
Thank you. Refresh your memory and then ask your question.
This is not a document that I generated.
This is not the document that you generated?
It is not. Not this document that you just handed me, sir.
Okay. Then who, that's not the phone dump document?
This wasn't part of that extraction that I took.
So are you saying that you didn't extract the phone calls?
Oh, absolutely, I did extract the phone calls, but the document that you just presented to me, I did not generate.
Okay. That's the only record we have of the phone dump. Based on your experience, are you able to interpret that document?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at the highlighted lines on that document?
May I see that again?
It's all we got from the discovery, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm not familiar with this document, and this did not come from People's Discovery, to the best of my knowledge. It looks like something that was generated by the defense.
That absolutely came from the discovery, Your Honor.
It may have been it may have been consolidated or something they made themselves, but this is not our document.
We didn't make it. It came from Discovery.
Have you seen this?
And the witness has said, well, establish whether or not the witness knows the document, whether or not he's seen the document. You can establish, lay the proper foundation, and if you can't, we're moving on.
Okay. Officer Mott, have you ever seen, can I hand the document back to me? Because actually this is multiple copies, so we can have it. Based on your experience, you said you can interpret this document, correct?
I can read what's on the paper here, but
Okay.
let me just reiterate, I did not generate this document.
I understand. Okay. Based on this document, what was the first call to 911 and how long was the duration?
Your Honor, this is he can't. That's hearsay.
The objection is he hasn't laid the proper foundation. He says he can read, we can all read. Remember, we established that the last time we were here, and so, but you have to lay the proper foundation before this witness can testify as to the content of that document, and you have not done so.
Okay. Thanks, Your Honor. Have you ever seen a phone dump in this format before?
In this, in the paperwork that you just presented to me?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Then instead of just giving you one page, I'm going to give you the entire report that we were provided, and maybe that will refresh your memory.
Yeah. Can we? It might be I have never seen it. Maybe it came from, could it have come from juvenile? And I didn't get it?
You gave us a CD with your name on it, with this information, the phone number that was done by this gentleman. Remember this in the books. We can ask that question now.
I don't- Yeah, it prints out differently, maybe for a different format.
Let's hit the side.
Yes, you could do it. Because he doesn't know.
Please let him interpret. it and you can fill in the blanks. This is a 911 phone call at 9:50. Ended at 9:50. Done. And then this one is not only this one is 6:14, 10:11, and ended at 10:15. That's it.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Your Honor, I believe that we have a stipulation.
Really? Oh, please, let's put it on the record.
Maybe there's an issue with how it printed from the disc, but we have a stipulation that he can. I just have three simple questions for him, and he can interpret the document. I think the people are stipulating that he can do that.
Ms. Goldfarb?
I am supportive of that.
Okay, thank you. Ask your 3 questions.
Okay. Do you see the first call to 911 on June 14th at 9:50 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was the duration of that call?
According to this document, 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
Okay. And do you see another call to 911 on that day, June 14th?
Yes.
And what time was that call?
It was at 10:11 p.m. and it lasted 10:14 p.m.
Okay. And there's a third call to 911 that same evening, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what time that call was and the duration?
The document indicated that the call started at 11:04 p.m. and ended at 11:14 p.m.
Okay. And on the same document, there's also calls to other contacts, like says Charlie's mom, stuff like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirects? No, thank you. You are excused, Officer Monique. You may call your next witness. We'll at least start that witness.
Yes. The people call Sergeant Pezmark.
His name is Paul, P-A-U-L. Last name is Pezmark, P as in Paul, E-S, and then R-K.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? So I help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning. Please state your name and occupation for the record.
Paul Pezmark, Sergeant for the City of Detroit, Detroit Police Department.
And where are you currently assigned?
Task Force Administration.
And are you assigned to a particular task force?
I am.
Which task force?
The Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force and the Southeast Michigan Crimes Against Children Task Force.
What are the, when you said you're part of Task Force Administration?
Yes, that's the unit in the City of Detroit that I am assigned out under.
What other people are on these task force that you're on? Are they all Detroit police officers or are they from other agencies?
Other agencies.
What agencies include?
Consists of various federal, local, and state police law enforcement officers.
And are you familiar with the investigation into the missing child, Charlie Bothuell V?
I am.
How is it that you are familiar with this investigation?
I was initially called in to assist in the investigation, and then I was assigned the investigation to handle.
Are you familiar with what it means to be an officer in charge of a case?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It means to be the person that directs and conducts and leads the investigation.
When you first got assigned to the investigation of the missing child to Charlie Bothuell V, were you the officer in charge at that time?
No, I was not.
Okay. Are you currently the officer in charge?
I am.
At some point you were made the officer in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when it was that you were first called into this investigation?
The afternoon of June 17th. It was a Tuesday.
And from the information you received, was that the same time that the child went missing, or was that after the child had gone missing?
It was after the child, Charlie Bothuell, had gone missing.
And so when you were called in, what is it you were called in for at that time on June 17th, 2014?
To provide assistance and direction in the continuation to the officer in charge, to the then current officer in charge of the case, to provide assistance and guidance in handling the investigation.
And who was that person?
Officer Binion.
And is he a Detroit police officer, or is he part of a different agency?
He's a Detroit police officer.
In addition to Officer Binion, were there other officers from either Detroit police or other agencies that you were speaking with and advising on this investigation?
There were.
And were they from Detroit police or other agencies, or both?
At the initial onset, they were just Detroit police.
Now, when you came in on the 17th, you said it was to advise and assist in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why it is that you were called in to advise and assist on this investigation?
Because my association and time with the Southeast Michigan Crimes Against Children Task Force.
Have you previously investigated missing children cases?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Numerous.
Now, at what point is it that you became the officer in charge of the case?
Late evening of June 19th.
Prior to becoming the officer in charge on June 19th, when you were assisting with this investigation, were you calling the shots?
No.
Was all the information being filtered through you? If you know.
I do not know if it all was.
Okay. Was some of the information being filtered through you?
Yes.
And who was it that was calling the shots prior to June 19th?
Officer Binion was the officer in charge of the case. I know Lieutenant Cole was assisting at the time, providing extra assistance with extra manpower that he was able to coordinate.
Okay, and is Lieutenant Cole a Detroit police officer?
He's a lieutenant with the City of Detroit Police Force.
Okay. Do you know if he was assigned, is he part of your task force? Either
No.
of your task force?
No.
Was he assigned to the 7th precinct?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Unless he has personal knowledge, I would object, Your Honor. He wasn't assigned to his task force.
Do you know if he
Yes,
was
ask the
assigned to
question.
your task force?
He was my supervisor.
On the task force that you're on?
He was not assigned to the task force directly, but he was my supervisor that oversaw me within the Detroit Police Department.
Okay. Do you know what his assignment is?
He was the lieutenant of task force administration at the time.
Okay. And then you heard the testimony that there are some witnesses that have testified that are part of the Violent Crimes Task Force.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, is it fair to say there are multiple people at agencies investigating this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you got to the scene, or when you first got called in to assist on the 17th of June in 2014, what is it that you did?
I asked to be briefed on what had been done and what had not been done. And then I advised that the units available conduct a canvass in the area, which is to knock on doors and talk to any people available and ask them, have the units that were assisting with the canvass talk to the people that they're able to in the area to determine if they saw, heard, or knew anything about the missing Charlie Bothuell, and see if we could find some information from the community that could aid us in locating him.
Okay. Where were you when you had this conversation?
I was in front of 1344 Nicolette Place.
Okay. Anything else that you discussed at that time?
I asked, excuse me, I asked if there had been any cell phones in possession of Charlie Bothuell.
And were you talking about the child, Charlie Bothuell?
Yes, I'm sorry, the child missing Charlie Bothuell at the time. I had been told that.
Objection as to what he's been told, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd go that it goes to, I'm not going for the truth of the matter asserted on that, I'm going to the effect of what he did, how he handled and assisted, the effect on the listener, which is an exception to the hearsay.
I'll allow it, not for the truth of the matter asserted.
What were you told about the cell phone?
I had told that there had been a cell phone in question, but that avenue of investigation had been, for the most part, ruled out.
And what else?
I asked if there had been any surveillance video in the area that anybody had known or had been made aware of through their previous investigations.
Were you made aware of the presence of possible surveillance video?
Yes.
Did you do anything with the surveillance video?
I extracted the surveillance video.
Object, time and place, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
well,
Time,
I'm
place
gonna-
of extraction.
Give her an
I'm
opportunity.
going to ask about that.
Go ahead.
All right, so, first of all, where was the surveillance video?
The camera was in the hallway in the basement or the service tunnel or service way that connects all the basements to all the units inside the facility, inside the building, which 1344 Nicollet Place is a part of.
Okay, and when you viewed the video, where was it pointing at? What was seen?
Objection, Your Honor. He never testified that he viewed the
Okay,
video.
let
He's
me-
leading him.
Sustained. Your next question.
Did you view the video?
Eventually I did.
Okay, where was it pointed at?
It was pointed at the basement door, which leads to the service tunnel from the basement of 1344 Nicollet Place.
Okay, and is it anyone in particular's door or just a public door open to multiple people?
There,
Objection, she's leading the witness.
It's an
Your Honor.
either or question, that's not a leading
I'm allowing
question.
it. Answer the question.
I don't recall if there's a doorknob on the outside, but I believe from my recollection that there was a lock on the outside of the door.
Now, you said that you were able to extract it. Who had the surveillance video, if you know?
It was in the basement and under the span of control of Mr. McAckern.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Neil McAckern, I believe is how you pronounce his name, of 1342 Nicollet Place.
Okay, so it was under the control of a neighbor.
Correct.
Objection, he's leading him. He's leading the witness. He never testified that Neil McCracken was
He
a
did.
neighbor.
Ask him who was Neil.
Who is Neil McCacker?
The next door neighbor of the Bothuells.
And you said you just testified he was at 1342 Nicollet Place?
1342 Nicollet Place in the basement, yes.
Okay. Now, when you tell us about the camera, from what you know about the surveillance camera.
The surveillance system was a
Objection, Your Honor. There's no foundation that he has any expertise in evaluating video equipment.
I'm
There's
not.
no foundation for
Is
that.
he testifying as an expert? She asked him to describe the camera. He can give a description of the camera. Answer the question.
It was a small, nondescript, standalone DVR, maybe the size of a paperback book. I had one camera feed coming into it. There was no monitor, and the data was recorded to either an XD or SD card inside that was inserted into it.
Into the camera?
Into the digital video recorder itself, not the camera.
Okay. So the camera was linked to a recorder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you extracted video, you did that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you extract the video from?
I extracted it that evening.
Okay. And that was on the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
What time frame of video did you extract video from?
I obtained all the video that was available.
Okay. And when did, strike that. Was this video, and you said you already viewed the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this a camera that was constantly recording?
Objection, she's leading him, Your Honor.
Counsel, if you are, ask the question differently.
How did this camera capture video?
Objection, there's no foundation that he knows how it captured. He just indicated he could describe it. He has no foundation that he has any knowledge of how this video works.
Okay,
or its
establish,
process.
you're right, establish the foundation that he knows how it captured the recording.
Were you able to view how it captured the recordings?
I read the manual, and I observed the video that was saved in the device.
Okay. Now, what was the relevant time frame for you to look at video?
The immediate time frame that was relevant was from the day prior that Charlie Bothuell V went missing to the current date and time.
So what was the day prior to Charlie Bothuell V going missing?
I believe it was the 13th, 12th or 13th.
Okay. In what month?
Of June of 2014.
Okay. And the day in question, I think we've already established, is June 17th, 2014 that you were viewing this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you view video from in that relevant time frame?
I did.
Now that's 4 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately 4 days. How many hours of video did you view?
I didn't view multiple hours of video.
Why is it that you didn't view multiple hours of video if you viewed from June 13th to June 17th?
The DVR was and the camera were set to detect and record only motion.
So what does that mean?
If there is
Objection. Once again, there's no foundation that he has any expertise on how this video recorder, if it's a motion, records.
Your Honor, I'm not moving for him to testify as an expert. I'm asking for what he understands it to mean, which he can testify to what he saw and what that means.
He can attest to his observations, and I'll give it the appropriate way. Answer the question.
So, what does that mean?
It means that if there is no change in activity or objects moving in front of the camera, that the device does not record that in its memory.
And in what you were able to view, is that consistent with activity or objects moving in the videos you saw?
Objection. She's leading the witness, Your Honor.
She's not. Answer the question. Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
And in the video you viewed, is that consistent with activity happening or objects moving?
Yes, it is.
So, in the relevant time frame you described, from approximately 6:12 or 6:13 to 6:17, what did you view on that surveillance video?
I observed the missing Charlie Bothuell V prior to the day he went missing, taking garbage out, and then from the time that he went missing to the time that I arrived, I did not observe him go through the basement door.
Did you observe anything in any video during that time?
I did.
Did you observe the child, Charlie Bothuell, the fifth, in that video again after the time you described prior to him missing?
Did I observe him in the hallway prior to him being reported missing?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
No. Since the time he was reported missing, that you saw him one time then. Did you see him again at all in the video?
No.
Okay. Who did you see in the video?
In the video I saw the neighbors, police officers that had been called out to assist and on the initial investigation to search for Charlie, Miss Dillard-Bothuell, and then eventually myself and the other officers that were assisting.
Did you, that was on 6:17,
Yes, ma'am.
and you extracted the data up until 6:17.
Yes, ma'am.
At a later time, did you ever view any other surveillance from that tunnel?
I did.
Now, did you extract that video?
I did not.
Did it appear to be the same video camera?
It did.
Was it pointed in the same direction?
It was.
And what did you view, and when was it that you viewed the surveillance footage again?
When did I view the additional footage, or
Yes, the additional footage.
the additional footage I viewed up to and after the 25th?
Okay. In that video footage, did you ever see the child that was
Objection,
missing?
leading.
Overruled. Answer the question.
No.
In any of the surveillance that you saw from that tunnel, aside from what you talked about prior to Charlie Bothuell the fifth going missing, did you ever see him again in that tunnel in any of the surveillance video?
No.
Now, on this, let's go back to the evening of 6/17/2014. Did you go inside the location?
I did.
When you went inside the location, what was your purpose for going inside the location?
Okay, counsel, at
Okay.
this time, I'm going to just indicate if you're getting ready to shift from that video
Yeah.
to another point, this is a good breaking point for us, as I indicated to the parties, that I must give my staff their 1 hour break. Also, that I am speaking at a lunch program at a college, and so I want to make sure that I'm respectful of their time. I'm not doing it on the taxpayers' dollars. I do get a lunch break every day, and so we are going to reconvene today, and we'll do so. Can the parties be back by 1:15?
No problem. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
1:15, we'll be ready to go back on the record. I've also indicated during the sidebar that my goal is to wrap up this case on today. I know that there's some discussion that the parties wanted to have with me off the record. We'll have that discussion once I return, because I do need to be on time, and that'll give Madam Prosecutor an opportunity. You said you need to think about some of the things that were proposed during our sidebar. So please take the opportunity to do so. Okay, thank you. There's a probable cause conference very quickly, only because counsel had the courtesy to call the court and come by the court, actually, and let us know that he would not be on time this morning, and so I'm not going to inconvenience him. I'm going to do the probable cause conference. Yes, Ms. Goldfarb?
I'm just trying, I was left a couple, or one, I just wondered what name, so. Is it?
Attorney General.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, no, it's not you.
Okay. Oh, that one too? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, for such nice comments.
Oh, thank you.
On the record.
Which case is this on?
That is on Majewski, Mattola.
Okay.
This is Kay. Do you guys have a form for that? It's on the table. It's gonna be in trial.
Okay, let's go ahead and put it on the record, and then you all can fill it out.
This is case 1557922. The people of the state of Michigan versus Nicole Rachel Majewski. Defendant is charged with count 1, financial transaction device possession. Can you please present for probable cause?
Okay, good afternoon. Your appearance for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Please, this honorable court.
a field day. It's our celebration really for the end of the year. All of our students, kindergarten through 5th grade, will be going through different stations throughout the day today. We partnered with Subway.
Alrighty. Camera stand, spell your name, of course I know who you are, but for the writers, give me your title.
My name is Kimberly Lorenz. It's spelled L.
Sorry, just a little bit louder.
Okay, Kimberly Lorenz. It's spelled L-L-O-R-E-N-S.
And you are the?
I'm the principal of University Preparatory Academy, the Mark Murray campus.
Tell me what's going on today.
Yeah, so today we have a field day. It's our celebration really for the end of the year. All of our students, kindergarten through 5th grade, will be going through different stations throughout the day today. We partnered with Subway, the Detroit Police Department, Children's Hospital, their Coles Intervention Protection, and Henry Ford as well. And so all of these community partners have come out to help us make this a really exciting day for our students, to not only celebrate the end of an academic year, but also to celebrate them as kids and their well-being and their health and their just what it means to be a kid, really. And the Detroit Police Department, especially, and Subway are working together this summer to kick off an initiative in which students who are
Joy Martin, and Defendant 2, Ebony Hamilton. Defendants 1 and 2 is charged with count 1, kidnapping, child enticement. Defendant 1 and 2 is charged with count 2, home invasion, first degree. Defendant 1 is a habitual offender, third offense notice. Both are present for probable cause conference.
Okay, good afternoon, your appearance.
Karen Goldfarb, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Matthew Evans, on behalf of Ms. Martin and Ms. Hamilton. As to Ms. Martin, I am standing in for the attorney of record, Lyle Harris, and that's with Ms. Martin's permission. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes. Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Ms. Martin, and good afternoon, Ms. Hamilton. Today is the date and time, folks. Today is the date scheduled for the probable cause conference. And I have the form before me. The people have identified only one witness for purposes of exam.
That's correct.
Okay, no witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No.
Okay, you have discovery already, counsel?
Yes.
Wonderful. And does the attorney for Ms. Martin have discovery as well?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. This matter is scheduled for preliminary examination on
June 26th.
Well, it was
That's
scheduled
not
for
the original date.
No, it's not.
Okay.
June. The original date is fine with the people. The other attorney who was here earlier indicated that they were in trial and asked me if I would have an objection. I don't have an objection to June 26th. It works for the court, but it was not at the people's request.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, does that date work for you as
I will
well?
make it work.
Okay, that's fine. Then, of course, the court finding cause, counsel can't be here to represent his client due to a scheduling conflict. I'll schedule it for June 26th at 9:00 a.m. Anything else for my consideration for the people?
No.
For defendants?
Yes, Your Honor. Both defendants have asked for the court to consider bond. There is, I did inquire, there has been no pretrial services report prepared, but we would ask the court to consider bond. Both of them have minor children at home. They've indicated that the complaint in this manner does not live in their area, so there would be no contact with them. They can have a tether if they want to, but they both have children, and Ms. Hamilton has special needs children that require her presence. So we ask the court to consider reducing the bond.
Okay, on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, due to the serious nature of the charges and in the case of Ms. Martin, her prior record and contacts with the criminal justice system, we are asking that the court leave the bond as it is and request a pretrial services report to be prepared at the time of the preliminary examination so that we have more information regarding these defendants.
Without a pretrial services report. I'll wait to hear testimony on the 26th. I'll order the pretrial services and I'll make a decision. We can revisit bond at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ready to go back on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Monique Dillard-Bothuell and Charlie Bothuell, case number 1556166. Do we need to have a sidebar before we continue, or are we ready to proceed with the witness that was on, Detective?
I think you wanted to have a little sidebar, didn't you? Right, we didn't talk about what you wanted to talk about.
Well, I think we have to wait until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can sidebar on the issue that was raised, or what your request was to me during our earlier conference.
Well, I'm not agreeing with that, so Oh, I'm not agreeing to any, no, I'll be glad to decide that, I'm not agreeing to any matter of analysis. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, can we just come up for a second?
Yes, please. But I can't do that without,
Can't do that, you're right.
without the people finishing their case. And so this is their last witness.
Right, even when we do this case. Go ahead.
This is what I want to do, because I told you I wouldn't do it unless the parties agree. So whatever witnesses you put in the car, I have people in the case, I'll do the offer proof, and I'll tell you those witnesses are the seat.
We'll do that. We plan on doing that. Oh, yeah, you're right.
You might not need to come back.
No, no.
Depends on the.
I'm very disagree with prosecutor in court and do whatever. Any judge that said, no waste your time, this is where I'm at.
I understand, but that's not this judge. And so what I'm saying is, after the people finish the work, you do office of proof, I'm not saying the witness, because I understand that you have a plan, how it needs to go to be here. My goal is to wrap up today. If there is a witness that you just, I determine needs to be put on, are they on call, are they on standby? Because we're going until 4:30 today.
Some of them are also, that's a key, so.
Okay, well, that's not gonna stop us from going through it. Okay, all right, let's do it. Thank you.
He told you that.
Yeah, I understand. I just want the office approved today.
Yeah, it's not. We're gonna do the office.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, we're back on the record. Detective, you are still under oath, and you may proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I believe I was asking you,
I'm sorry, have the witness say his name again, just so the record is clear.
please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Paul Pezmark.
Thank you, Sergeant Pezmark. And I believe I was asking you when we were speaking about the 17th of June in 2014. I asked you if you went inside the location, inside 1344 Nicolette Place.
I did.
And why did you go inside?
To familiarize myself with the location.
Well, what did you do when you went inside to familiarize yourself with the location?
I announced my presence. I announced who I was when I went in, and I walked the entirety of the upstairs, the main floor, and the basement.
Now, when you say you walked the entirety, where did you walk?
I walked on the second floor. I walked and looked into the 2 bedrooms after I had been given permission to by Mr. Bothuell IV and Miss Monique Bothuell, Dillard-Bothuell. I observed the interior, the top floor, the second floor, the bedrooms, the hallway, the bathroom, the stairs, the main floor, the kitchen, the dining room area and the living room, and the basement.
Okay. Now, when you were there, do you know, were there other officers that were inside the location?
I wasn't sure if there had been other officers inside or not.
Okay. When you walked through the house, were you doing a search of the house?
No.
What were you doing?
It was a walk through the house to view the scene. If that's where he left, there might have been a note or to get familiarized with the location from where the child went missing.
Was it the same type of walkthrough you would do if you were executing a search warrant, let's say?
No.
Now, you said you went in the basement?
I did.
Tell us about when you went in the basement on June 17, 2014.
I did a walk through the basement. I observed that it was in a state of disarray. There's a lot of large items and junk in the basement, made navigating through the entirety of the basement difficult.
Did you navigate through the entirety of the basement?
I attempted to.
Were you successful?
No.
Why not?
There's a lot of large objects. There was at least one 55-gallon drum down there, a lot of large objects, furniture, things like large wooden maybe armoires or china cabinets, lots of boxes. There was a hydroponics area that had been constructed, and that was filled with more boxes and junk as well. And there was a lot of large items and things in the way that made navigating through the entirety of the basement difficult.
Did you attempt to move any of these items?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I had asked before I did my walkthrough of the location if the place had been searched, and I had been told something, and so I did not feel it necessary for me to conduct a search of the basement on my own. Again.
Now, you said that you got permission from Charlie Bothuell IV as well as Monique Dillard-Bothuell when you're going inside the home?
Yes.
Did you have any other conversations with either of them that evening? I'm sorry, was that evening or what was it daytime that you were there, if you know? I don't want to assume.
It went from the afternoon into the night.
Okay. While you were at the location, the house,
Yes.
the home, did you have other conversations with either Monique Dillard-Bothuell or Charlie Bothuell before?
Yes, I did.
With both of them or just one of them?
Just Mr. Bothuell.
Okay. What did Mr. Bothuell tell you?
That Charlie did not have access to a computer.
And why was that important to you?
It was important to me because there is always the possibility of a child meeting with somebody or talking with somebody or being enticed by somebody to leave a location, or they might on social media talk or plan something out, or there might be some indications on a computer or social media that may give indication of where they might have gone or what they might have done and aid the investigation.
And you said that Mr. Bothuell had indicated that the child didn't have a computer?
He indicated there was no computer in the house.
Okay. Do you know, did you ever get any information about there being a computer in the house?
Eventually, yes. I asked him if Charlie V, the child, if he had any friends or girlfriends or any social media, and this was all concurrent in the same conversation. So.
And what did he indicate about friends?
None.
Girlfriend?
None.
Social media?
None.
Did you and Mr. Bothuell talk about anything else during that conversation?
I asked what type of personality did Charlie have? Did he have any mental or physical impairments that might cause him to put him at a higher state of jeopardy while being absent from the home and the care of both he and his stepmom?
Objection. I just want to remind the court to have a continuing objection as to these statements from Mr. Bothuell as evidence against Mrs. Bothuell.
So noted.
Thank you. And what did Mr. Bothuell indicate in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor. It's hearsay, what Mr. Bothuell indicated to him at that point.
And it's actually a statement by party opponent, which is admissible, and by the defendant.
It is admissible. Overruled.
Thank you.
Ask your question.
What did Mr. Bothuell indicate in response to that?
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
It's okay. I believe you had testified that you asked him about whether or not Charlie, the child, had any sort of mental anguish or any sort of illness or any cause or concern when he's not in the care of his father or stepmother, something along those lines.
Yes. No, they indicated that he had...
Objection as to they, Your Honor.
Yes.
Tell us who they is.
I'm sorry. Mr. Bothuell indicated Charlie had did not have any mental problems or physical problems.
And did Mr. Bothuell, did you and Mr. Bothuell talk about anything else during that conversation?
I don't recall.
Did you have any other conversations with him that evening or night?
I may have, yes.
Okay. This conversation that you were talking about, did that happen, where did that happen?
In front of, it was in the, on the sidewalk in front of 1344 Nicolette area.
What was the purpose for you having that conversation with the defendant, Charlie Bothuell?
To get a beginning basis of knowing the victim, Charlie, what the urgency is. Like if he has a severe medical condition, what needs to be done, if he needs a certain kind of medicine, or if he knows to go somewhere for something, to begin to aid the investigation on where he might go, what he might do, and just begin to get to know the victim and to aid the investigation on where to better focus the attention necessary to locate and recover him.
After speaking with Mr. Bothuell, were you able to better focus anything at that time?
During the course of the evening, it was discovered that there was indeed a computer in the house, and that there was a computer that had been in Mr. Bothuell IV's possession previously.
What happened when that information came out?
The one computer that was broken had been turned over to the police department, and the computer that was in the house was a search warrant was typed for it. I'm sorry. The computer that was in the house, a search warrant was typed to seize that.
Now, during this time, are you the officer in charge on the 17th?
No.
Okay. Are you giving your information to other individuals?
Yes.
The information that you're getting following up on everything that you are getting?
No.
Are you delegating roles on that day?
The delegation of roles was not my responsibility at that time.
Okay. Now, the search warrant, you said there was a search warrant for the computer?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you involved in that at all?
I typed that.
Okay. When was that executed?
The search warrant was typed, and it carried over from the night of the 17th into the AM of the 18th, and then I turned the search warrant over to, and the keys to the location. I turned the keys and the search warrant over to the officers that were investigating and in charge of the case at the time.
Okay. So now you said keys. Did you get some keys?
Yes.
How did you get keys?
I was at headquarters, and I indicated to Mr. Bothuell and Miss Dillard-Bothuell that a search warrant had been obtained, I would prefer to have the keys to the location so that there would be no undue damage or to get into the house to seize those items specified in the search warrant.
And you said you had this conversation with them at headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they together or were they separate?
They were together.
Okay. And do you remember where it was at headquarters?
I was in the hallway on the 5th floor outside of the interview rooms.
And were they also in the hallway with you?
Yes.
And it was after that conversation that you got the keys?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you handed over the keys and the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So did you execute the search warrant yourself?
I did not. I'd been relieved after I turned over the search warrant and the keys.
You had been?
Relieved for the day.
Okay. And now you said that this had gone into the morning of the 18th?
It had.
Did you now strike that? The search warrant that you typed up, was that a general search warrant or a specific search warrant?
It was specific.
Okay. Now, after what you've already testified to, did you get involved in any more of this investigation?
I did.
Okay. What happened next that you were involved in?
The next thing that I was involved in was the request for tracking and cadaver dogs in searching for Charlie.
Okay. Have you previously, now let me ask you this. Are you a handler? Do you handle any dogs?
I do not.
Have you previously worked with tracking dogs?
Not directly, no.
Okay. Have you previously been involved in investigations that have called out tracking dogs?
I have been involved in investigations that have used tracking and cadaver dogs as part of the investigation.
Are you familiar with the difference between a tracking dog and a cadaver dog?
A bit, yes.
Okay. What is your familiarity?
A cadaver dog, based off of my familiarity, is that a tracking dog tracks the scent of the hair, dead skin cells, whatever odors are left behind on an object, and the path that odor is laid down upon. A cadaver dog, based on my limited knowledge and understanding and expertise, limited, I don't want to say expertise, but limited information about it, a cadaver dog detects the odor of the cells and chemicals inside of a human body decomposing.
Now, we heard some testimony, but are you familiar of whether any dogs went inside the location?
Yes.
Now, what day was it, if you know that a dog would have gone inside the location?
The 18th.
Were you present for that?
I was outside.
Okay. were at the scene outside?
Of 1344 Nicollet.
Okay. The type of dog that went inside the location, was it more than one type or just one type of dog?
One type.
And what type of dog?
A cadaver dog.
Okay. Now, was there tracking dogs called to the scene?
Yes.
And were you there when that happened?
Yes.
What day was that on?
The 18th. In the afternoon.
Sorry, what day?
The 18th, ma'am.
And the tracking dog, do you know if that dog ever went inside the location?
The tracking dog did not go inside the location.
Now, did you have any say as to whether or not the tracking dog would go into the location?
Objection, she's leading the witness, Your Honor.
That's not a leading question.
It's not. It's overruled. Answer the question.
Did you have any say in whether or not the tracking dog went in the location?
I had an opinion.
And what was your opinion?
The family
Objection is to relevance.
Counsel?
I'm sitting in for Mr. Dodds and the rest of
She does not have your appearance on this record, no P number, and she's not able to record you. I'm sorry. State your appearance for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Denise Alter, P52126.
Okay, thank you. State your objection. You're sitting in for who?
Mr. Haddad went to the restroom, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, and what's your objection?
My objection is as to relevance, as to his opinion. He just stated that he had an opinion, but no ability to, he wasn't directing at the time.
He can still state what his opinion is. Go ahead, ask your question.
What was your opinion?
The family had indicated that Charlie ran away.
Objection, Your Honor, as to what the family has indicated.
Specify who?
Monique Dillard-Bothuell and Charlie Bothuell IV indicated Charlie had ran away from the home.
And when decisions were made about what dogs would search where, were you part of those conversations? If you remember.
I believe I remember, yes.
And do you know what the reason was that the tracking dog didn't go inside the home?
Objection, unless he actually participated in providing the reason and not someone else, I think she has to lay a proper foundation.
You do. You have to lay a proper foundation.
Okay. Did you express your opinion during this conversation?
Yes.
And was that opinion part of the decision making and as to where the dogs would go?
Objection, I don't think he can testify as to whether or not some other person took that into account. There's no proper foundation for that.
Your Honor, if they had a conversation about it and he was present, he knows whether or not his opinion had any relevance to this conversation.
That depends on another person's perception of his opinion.
It does. So, counsel, you can't get that information in the way that you're attempting to do it. Your objection is sustained.
And after you expressed your opinion, did you express your opinion before or after the tracking dog did its role at the house?
Before.
Okay. And you already indicated the tracking dog never went inside the home?
Correct.
Now, this was on June 18th.
Correct.
Did you do anything else on June 18th involved in this investigation?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Let me ask you this. At this time, are you still advising and assisting, or are you the officer in charge?
Advising and assisting.
What else did you do on the 18th?
I typed a search warrant.
What type of search warrant?
A search warrant to allow a Michigan State Police tracking dog, or not tracking dog, but canine into 1344 Nicollet.
Okay. Now, is this before or after what you testified to about dogs?
After.
Okay. So, the first dogs that came to the scene, who did they come from?
It was a non-governmental organization that I had been informed and given their information of that has assisted the police department before in the past.
Okay. And did that organization, do you remember the name of that organization?
I believe it was the Michigan Search and Rescue.
Did that organization bring both dogs you described already?
Cadaver and tracking. I believe it was a bloodhound specifically.
Okay. Do you remember how many dogs were brought by that organization?
At minimum 3.
Okay. Do you remember how many cadaver dogs?
2.
Do you remember how many tracking dogs?
1.
Okay. After those dogs are at the scene, you typed up a search warrant for Michigan State Police?
Yes.
And what type of dog was requested in that search warrant?
I believe it was another cadaver dog.
Okay. Did another tracking dog come to the home?
1 had been brought, but not utilized.
Okay. Was that by Michigan State Police?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any tracking dogs that went into the home on Nicolette Place?
No.
Now, did you do anything else as a part of that investigation on the 18th?
Pardon me. No, I just was there to assist and advise.
Okay. At what point did you become the officer in charge of the case?
The night of the 19th.
Did you do anything else in this investigation leading up to you becoming the officer in charge?
Yes.
What did you do?
Based on the results of the canines from the non-governmental organization, a search warrant had been typed to search 1344 Nicolette Place.
What type of search warrant was this one?
This was for DNA, trace evidence, and other evidence of that nature.
Okay. Is this considered a general or a specific search warrant?
Specific.
Now, did you type up the search warrant?
I did.
What date?
I believe it was the morning of the 19th. Or during the daytime hours.
So before you were the officer in charge?
Correct.
At the point that you typed up the search warrant, who was running the investigation, if anyone?
Officer Binion was still the official OIC of the case.
Okay. Were there other people making decisions?
Yes.
Were you discussing this case with anyone else?
Police-wise?
Yes.
Yes.
Whose idea was it, if you know, for you to type up the search warrant?
Objection as to whose idea. That calls for somebody's impression, once again. You can't testify as to who somebody's
Counsel,
impression idea.
you'll have to ask that question differently. Sustained.
Why did you type up the search warrant?
We had started to put together a command...
Objection as to we, this witness can only
Identify
testify.
who was we.
Sorry. Some members of my task force and the VGTF members were able to come together and organize, and we started the beginning of a command post, and based on the information that had been gathered, it was determined a search warrant should be done for any possible evidence in the house that could aid or assist this investigation.
Okay.
Objection, I just want to clarify, you used the
Okay, so now you're
I'm
back,
sorry.
and other counsel is, okay, go ahead, Mr. Haddad.
He said some members of my team in EGTL, is it, I don't know what that acronym stands for.
You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Go
I
ahead.
don't know if I heard it correctly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you specify, you said it was your team, is that the Southeastern Michigan Crimes Against Children Task Force?
Yes, Southeastern Michigan Crimes Against Children Task Force and the Violent Gang Task Force, VGTF.
Okay. Is that different than Violent Crimes Task Force?
It's similar. The one VCTF, Violent Crime Task Force, it got to be so large it was divided into two. So they performed the same function, but in a way, but they were divided into two, so they needed two separate names.
Okay. All right. And so you said that a command post was set up. What's the purpose of the command post?
To have a single central location where all information is brought into, commands and information is distributed from. The information is compiled there. You have officers and more resources brought in to do background work and investigations. People are dedicated to doing data mining, where that's all they're specified to do. You have other people that are specified to handle property as information such as information garnered through a canvas or an statement from a witness is taken. It's all filtered back to the command post, and then it gets reviewed, interpreted, and then based on the information that comes in from everybody, new orders are then given out, or the focus of the direction of the investigation is handled from there. So that way, people don't go off and, for lack of a better term, willy-nilly conduct the investigation at their own behest. It's all organized and centralized under one command structure.
And you said that this was established on the 19th?
It was begun, yes.
Okay. Now, you typed up the search warrant for what you previously described. What happens after you type up the search warrant?
For manpower reasons, it was determined the FBI's ERT, or Evidence Recovery Team.
Objection, Your Honor, unless he was involved in the determination of what was to be done on a personally involved in it. I have an objection, lack of foundation.
Go ahead. Establish the foundation.
Were you present when the search warrant was executed?
Yes.
Were you there when it was determined who would execute the search warrant?
Yes.
Who was determined to execute the search warrant?
The ERT team from the FBI.
Okay. And you were saying that is the
Evidence Recovery Team.
Thank you. Now, where did the execution of the search warrant happen?
1344 Nicolette Place.
And on what day?
The 19th.
Now, are you yourself a member of the evidence response team?
No.
Recovery team?
No.
Now, did you go to 1344 Nicolette Place?
I did.
And were you a part of the execution of the search warrant?
No.
Where were you when the search warrant was executed?
I was standing by outside security, and then as things developed, I was I was made known of what was happening as the information was garnered and brought out to us.
Okay. Did you try to go inside during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
Were you stopped from going inside?
Yes.
So when that search warrant was executed, at any point were you inside seeing what was going on at any part of that house?
No.
And then I think you indicated that as the search warrant was happening, you were getting information about what was happening inside the house.
I had been.
Okay. At the point that you went out to 1344 Nicolette Place for the execution of the search warrant, were you the officer in charge?
No.
While you were there, at any point did you become the officer in charge?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Were you getting all the information I'm sorry, was the information going through you or someone else?
It had been.
For the search warrant?
It was coming to me.
Okay. Now, did you have any conversations with either defendant on June 19th, 2014 regarding this investigation?
I had.
Whom did you have conversations with?
Charlie Bothuell, the fourth.
And what was that conversation about?
I asked Charlie Bothuell, the fourth, if for an elimination sample, DNA elimination sample, so any DNA or trace evidence that was found, if his DNA could be obtained to eliminate that, so any samples found inside the home could be ruled out as being his or any other family member.
Is that customary to want those elimination samples during an investigation?
Yes.
And did you have any other conversation with Charlie Bothuell the fourth on the 19th?
No.
Did you have any conversation with Monique Dillard-Bothuell on the 14th and the 19th?
No, I felt it wasn't prudent.
Objection, Your Honor. He answered the question. No, now he's going into a narrative. That's not responsive to the question. He said no. He didn't have any conversation.
And he is going into a narrative. Well, I don't know if he's going to a narrative, but he's answered the question. He said no. Your next question.
Why not?
Thank you.
Due to the reaction from Mr. Bothuell the fourth upon me asking, he became very agitated, angry. I didn't feel it would be prudent to ask Ms. Bothuell for an elimination sample.
So what happened after the conversation with Mr. Bothuell the fourth?
I typed up a search warrant to get DNA elimination samples from the residents of the household that were available.
Okay. And when you're looking for those elimination samples for the residents of the household, is that specific or is it all general residents?
All general residents.
At that time, were you aware of how many residents were in the household?
There were 4 present, but per lien, I believe there were more people registered to that home.
Okay. And who were the 4 that were present?
Monique Dillard-Bothuell, Charlie Bothuell the fourth, Charlie Luke Bothuell, and Lillian Bothuell.
Okay. So would that be the 2 parents and the 2 children?
Yes.
Did you do anything else was that, I'm sorry, what day was that you typed up the search warrants for did you say they were buccal swabs?
Yes.
What day was that on?
It was begun at night on the 19th, and I believe it carried over into the morning of the 20th.
After that, did you strike that. At this point, are you still advising and assisting, or are you the officer in charge?
When I returned back to the command post and began typing the search warrants for the buccal swabs, that's when Lieutenant Cole told me I would now be...
Objection as to what Lieutenant Cole...
I'm sorry, your objection?
Objection as to what Lieutenant Cole told him.
Your Honor, I believe that this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just for the effect on the listener for why he continued to do what he did.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
And what was indicated to you when you got back to the command post?
Per my lieutenant, I was now to be the officer in charge of the case.
And as the officer in charge of the case, how did your role change, if at all, during this investigation?
The mantle of responsibility now fell upon me.
I'm sorry?
The mantle of responsibility fell upon me.
What do you mean by that?
I was the officer in charge of the case. I was the one that that gave the direction on where to go. Information would come to me, and then I would filter it back out. I would give the directions to all those assisting with the investigation on where to go and what to, look for, or what their assigned tasks for them to do when they went somewhere or did something.
Did you do that once you were assigned to that role?
Yes.
So where did the investigation go from there once you became officer in charge?
That evening, the property had been packed up from the household and taken over to the command post.
That's right. Pardon me, I didn't quite hear what you said was taken from the house.
The property which ERT had recovered from the house had been turned over to me. I took possession of it, and it was transported to the command post to be entered and documented. The next day, that would be the 20th, an interview had been done, and I assisted with that. Property from the car that a search warrant had been done and investigated was completed, and the property had been turned over to me. I typed up a separate search warrant on Friday, the 20th, and then 21st, another canvass was begun.
Okay, so you said that on the 21st another canvass was begun?
Yes.
Do you remember where it was being canvassed?
In the area of 1344 Nicolette during the day. The previous canvasses had been in the afternoon or night, and this was on a Saturday.
And is there a reason why that was significant to you?
Yes. When people might be asleep, might not be available, might be at work on Saturday, weekend, typically people are off from work, and they might be available as opposed to the time of day or the time of the when the original canvases were done.
And when their canvas is being done, what exactly is being canvassed? Or why is there a canvas being done? What's the purpose of the canvas?
To garner information if anybody in the community had seen the missing child, Charlie Bothuell.
Okay. Now, was your role to participate in the canvases or to get information from other officers who canvassed, or both?
I did not participate in the canvass. I received the information from other officers participating in it.
Okay. Were you given any information you needed to follow up on during this canvass?
I believe there had been some information garnered, but it had been ruled out.
Objection. That calls for someone else making a conclusion as to something being ruled out, not this witness.
His answer does indicate that he's speculating. So.
Okay.
Ask it to be stricken.
Let me rephrase. When officers are canvassing a scene, are they able to make determinations as to whether or not they should send leads to you as the officer in charge, or let those leads get ruled out before they get to you sometimes?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation. Once again, she's asking questions about what other
she can
people...
ask him about what happens during the investigation. Go ahead, answer the question overall.
Okay. Let me try to rephrase this. When you order canvassing of a scene, do the officers have their own discretion to make a determination as to whether or not they need to give you all information, or they can rule out potential leads during the canvassing?
It's preferable that officers update us, like at the conclusion of one investigation before they begin another or go down an avenue. However, you can't micromanage people, and you have a lot of experienced investigators and officers already working, so you have to have trust as well in their skills and abilities. And
were you given information from the officers you sent out to canvass?
yes,
And were you given any information that led to a viable lead for you to pursue further?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Answer the question.
yes,
Did you pursue that?
I did not.
Did you have other officers pursue it?
The officers that received the information pursued the information.
And when they pursued the information, did that, what happened?
Objection, there's no personal knowledge of what the officer, that is personal knowledge of what the officers is doing when they pursued it. Lack of foundation.
Let me rephrase, because I'm not asking you what they're doing, but, all right. After these officers were given, was it a directive to pursue it further?
Yes.
Did they come back to you?
After they followed up with their information, they did.
And at that point, was it still a viable lead?
No.
Do you remember if there were any other leads that came out of the canvassing on the 21st?
Not that I recall.
At any point, did you follow up on any canvassing yourself?
I had.
Okay. What day was that on, if you know?
It was after the 25th.
Okay. So after Charlie Bothuell, the child had been found?
Correct.
Your Honor, leading.
Well, I'm just clarifying the date.
Counsel, stop. Overruled.
Okay. And why did you follow up on that lead?
Because there's still an open lead, open information to bring closure to both it and to help bring closure to the entirety of the investigation.
Once you followed up on that lead, did you find it to be relevant to the investigation?
Yes.
And how was it relevant to the investigation?
That lead had been ruled out.
Now, do you remember of anything else that happened on the 21st?
A tip had come in to the command post while I was there.
Okay. And did you yourself follow up on that tip, or did you direct other people to follow up on that tip?
Other people were directed to follow up on it.
And did they give you information once they followed up on that tip?
They did.
And after you got that information from those, was it officers that were following up?
Yes.
After you got the information from those officers, was any further follow-up required?
No.
Now, you said this tip came into the command post. Do you know how it came in?
I believe it was I believe it was a 911 call where a person reported seeing.
Objection as to what the person reported seeing.
Okay.
Hearsay.
That is hearsay.
Okay. Do you believe it was a 911 call?
I believe it was.
Okay. And after the follow-up, that was ruled out?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was on the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other tips that came into you?
I believe that was the only tip that came in during the course of this investigation.
Okay. Now, once you became the officer in charge, would all tips have to come to you?
Yes.
What happened next during your investigation?
During the course of the canvass, interviews had been taken from other friends and family of the victim, Charlie Bothuell V.
And was that at your direction?
Yes.
Did you participate in those interviews?
No, I did not.
Did you get the information from the officers that did interview them?
Yes.
And then what happened?
It was once the interviews were completed and made. I reviewed it as well as other people in the command post to then further follow up and better direct the course of the investigation.
And did you follow up after those interviews?
Yes.
Okay. When were those interviews, if you know?
The evening of the 21st.
So then what happened in this investigation?
So after those interviews were concluded, on the evening of the 21st, the 22nd, due to exhaustion, myself and members of the task force had to take a break. We took the day off briefly, and then we resumed on Monday, the 23rd.
Okay. And what happened on Monday, the 23rd?
A larger canvas spreading out outside of the Nicolette area was begun. I guess you could say if it's like a onion, with Nicolette being the core of the onion, you go a couple layers out, doing an expanded canvas in a larger, broader area. I believe that was large enough to go into the King homes.
Okay. And was this canvas at your direction?
Yes.
Did you participate in the canvassing, or did you just have other officers canvass and report back to you?
I remained at the command post while numerous other officers and members of various task forces and units in the Detroit Police Department conducted the canvass.
And were you getting information from those officers as they were canvassing?
Yes.
Was there any information to be followed up on from any of the officers canvassing?
Yes.
Did you instruct them to follow up? Or did you follow up?
I believe on one I did follow up on. Not that evening, though.
I'm sorry?
Not that evening, though.
Okay. Was there any other canvassing that you instructed anyone to follow up on?
Well, the day of the 23rd, the day of the 23rd, the canvass was continued. There were dogs that were available.
What kind of dogs?
I believe a tracking and a cadaver dog.
Where?
In the King homes.
Okay. Did anything happen with the dogs being present that caused you to follow up?
Yes.
And what happened with that?
The dog indicated on some items, and so in a dumpster. So the dumpster, a search warrant was done to seize the dumpster, and the dumpster was searched at a secure location.
Do you remember which dog?
I believe it was a cadaver dog.
The cadaver dog?
Yes.
Okay. And then was there any other information from the canvassing or anything else from the 23rd that you followed up on? Or had someone follow up on?
Not that I can recall.
So you said there was a search warrant for the dumpster.
Yes.
Did you type that up, or did you direct someone else to do that?
I believe somebody else typed that up.
And did you search the dumpster yourself, or was that searched by other individuals?
No, that was searched at a secure facility. Due to the time and nature, this dumpster was taken to our impound yard to be searched in a secure facility. Due to the extensive nature of the search that would have to be done to go through all the items in the dumpster, it was brought to the secure facility, and under artificial lighting, because it was going in the dark of night for safety and security, and to secure any possible evidence inside the dumpster, it was done inside a facility.
Okay.
And that's why the search warrant was done, to remove the dumpster.
Okay. And you said that was on June 23rd?
I believe it was the 23rd.
What else happened?
I believe that was it for that evening.
Okay. And then I believe that you said that there was one thing that you followed up on from the canvassing.
Yes.
Did you follow up on the 23rd?
No.
When did you follow up on that?
It was sometime after Charlie Bothuell V was located.
Is this separate from what you already testified to previously, following up on after Charlie Bothuell V was located, or is this the same?
I believe this is different.
Okay. When you followed up on that, were you able to make any determinations?
Yes.
And did that become relevant?
Yes.
How did it become relevant?
During the canvass, a person indicated they.
Well, you can't,
Oh
yeah.
yes, I'm sorry.
Tell us what
Okay,
they said.
sustained. Go ahead.
Was there a potential lead during the canvassing?
Yes.
And when you followed up, was it still a lead?
It was a lead that needed to be closed.
Were you able to close the lead?
Yes.
And in closing the lead, did you get any further information about the missing Charlie Bothuell V?
I received information about him that was used in the investigation.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I believe that was the end of that day.
Okay. So now let's go to the next day, June 24th.
And before we do that, let's just take a very quick break before recording these. Just a quick one, okay? Thank you. You know, I get on track. My God, I get on track. I'm sorry.
So, what is it that happened on June 24th?
I typed another search warrant.
What was the nature of that search warrant?
It was another search warrant for 1344 Nicollet Place, based on all the information that we have received from the prior 10 days that had been conducted for locating Charlie Bothuell V. It was a broader search warrant for any indicia of a crime, possibly used in the murder or concealing and hiding or relocating of Charlie and or his body.
Why did you type up a search warrant for...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Write that.
Were you talking about the 24th or the 25th?
24th.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was for the 25th. I apologize.
Okay. You typed up the search warrant on the 25th?
I typed up a search warrant that was to be executed on the 25th.
Okay. When did you type up the search warrant?
I believe I typed it up on the 24th.
Okay. And where was that search warrant to be executed?
1344 Nicollet.
Now, why was that search warrant typed up for that address?
It was a broader search warrant to collect more indicia of a crime. It was not just trace evidence, but for any evidence that might indicate where Charlie had gone. Clothing, I believe, in one of the photos, we saw clothing that appeared to be the clothing that Charlie had been described as leaving or wearing the night he went missing in one of the photos that were taken by the evidence techs. Any other tools or instrumentalities that could have been used to commit the crime, to murder him or to hide him or to relocate him, and any information that might be on any other computers or devices or anything like that that could lead to where he might possibly be.
Now, during the course of this investigation, did you personally search or have anyone search any other locations other than 1344 Nicollet?
Yes, other locations were searched.
Why were they searched?
Because those are other places familiar to Charlie Bothuell V that he might have gone to and secured or hidden himself or been hidden by other people seeking to conceal him.
Do you remember how many other locations were searched?
It was multiple other family homes.
Were there any leads that came out of any of those searches?
I don't believe so, no.
Were these searches before or after you typed up the search warrant on the 24th?
I believe it was before.
Do you remember if there were any searches of any locations after the 24th?
Like, I'm sorry, could you be more specific?
I think you were talking about locations that were searched that could be places that he could either be hiding or concealed or any of that. Any of those any searches of any locations that could have been that type of location search happened after the 24th?
No.
Okay. So a search warrant is typed up for the 24th for a broader search of 1344 Nicollet.
Correct.
Was there any other location that was critical to your investigation at that time?
No.
Between, I believe, and if I'm wrong, correct me, June 17th, when you went in and you said you did a walkthrough to familiarize yourself, and the date that you typed the search warrant for June 24th.
Yes.
Between those dates, did you go inside 1344 Nicolette Place yourself?
After the 17th and before the search done on the 25th?
Well, actually, before you even typed up the search warrant on the 24th.
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Now, you typed up the search warrant on the 24th. Did you do anything else on the 24th? Or delegate anyone to do anything else on the 24th that you remember?
A large canvas had been done in the area of 1475 Sheridan, the home of Charlie's biological mother.
And did that canvas result in any leads?
I don't believe it did.
So then what happened?
There were no indicators of where Charlie might be outside of 1344 abroad, so that caused our focus to look back at 1344 Nicolette Place. A search warrant was typed. Resources were put together again for ERT to assist with the search and seizure of evidence again. I believe it was because we were not able to get them all together and coordinated immediately that day or night, that evening, so it was held off until the 25th.
Between the search on the search warrant being executed on the 25th and what you just previously testified to on the 24th, did anything else happen that you were aware of?
Not that I can recall.
So going to June 25th, 2014, were you part of the execution of the search warrant?
No.
Where were you when the search warrant was being executed?
I was at the command post.
Were you doing anything else as relevant to this investigation during the execution of the search warrant?
I was reviewing the information that had been garnered through the internet, through the data off the Clemis, the information that had been collected during all the canvases, looking at what information had been gleaned from that to determine where to go next.
Let me just stop you right there. And you said Clemis. What is Clemis?
It's a record management system used by numerous police agencies in the state of Michigan.
And is that an acronym or is that a word? Or how do you spell it, I guess, for the court reporter?
CLEMIS. I'm not sure if it's an abbreviation or what.
Okay. And so you're going through all that information, and the search warrant is when the search warrant is to be executed.
Yes.
And are you at the command post?
I am.
Okay. At some point, are you made aware of anything that's happening during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
What are you made aware of?
Charlie Bothuell, the fifth, had been found.
What happens when you get this information?
I was happy.
In addition to you being happy, what happens? What happens after you're happy?
I notified my supervisors that hadn't already known, and I went to the scene.
Based on everything that you're doing in this investigation, well, let me ask you this. When Charlie Bothuell, the fifth, was found, was this person alive or was this a body?
He was alive.
Based on all of your investigation, know whether or not you were going to find a living child or a body?
It was unknown.
Is that why you were happy when you heard Charlie
Objection.
Bothuell?
What's the relevance of this officer being happy?
It's not relevant.
Okay, I can move on.
Let's keep moving.
So when you go to the scene, are you still acting as the officer in charge?
Yes.
And what did you do when you were at the scene?
I asked, there was numerous people there.
When we say numerous people, are we talking about, who are we talking about, if we know?
News, other agencies, upper command officers, Chief Craig was there, multiple people from multiple departments were there. There was a lot of people there.
Okay. Were you delegating work for people, or were you just getting information?
Both.
Okay. And did you yourself talk to Charlie?
Very briefly.
Did you question him as to what happened?
No.
Did you participate in any more searching of the location?
I did not.
Did you ever go to the hospital?
I did not.
What did you do on the 25th at the location after Charlie was found?
So I went outside. I made notifications to my superiors. I then made, because he had been missing, medical arrangements at the hospital were made for him to be seen by a doctor to determine what, if any, to make sure he's healthy, to make sure he's all right, to make sure he's not injured in any way, and to have him observed and seen to it that there's nothing to document any kind of medical maladies he may have acquired while the investigation had started to the time he was found.
Did you do anything else on the 25th?
I ordered evidence techs to go to the hospital and document and photograph Charlie and any scars, marks, or bruises or injuries upon his body based off of what we had been told.
When you say we had been told?
Or I had been told.
You had been told by whom?
The defendants.
Did anything else happen on the 25th that you were a part of?
I took possession of the evidence that ERT, the evidence recovery team from the FBI, had collected, and then I believe that I scheduled a kids talk for Charlie to go to on the 26th.
Now, you said you sent some evidence text to the hospital to document based on what you had been told by the defendants. Now, was this something they told to you directly or something that you reviewed in statements?
I reviewed in reports and statements.
And was there stuff in the statements by either defendant that led you to believe that there might be some documentation needed?
Objection. She's leading the witness, Your Honor.
Well, I'm just clarifying what he already testified to.
I will allow you to clarify. Go ahead.
And was there stuff in the written statements by either defendant that led you to believe that it would be fruitful to send these evidence texts to document the body of Charlie Bothuell?
Yes.
was found, did your investigation stop there?
No,
Did you continue to investigate this case?
I did.
Now, I believe that you testified that the media was there on the 25th when you got to the scene?
Yes.
At 1344 Nicolette Place?
Yes.
Is this the first time that you had seen the media there?
No.
During the course of the time you got involved on the 17th of June until the 25th, do you know how many times you saw the media there?
Objection. What's the relevancy of the media, Your Honor?
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, I believe that based on some of the questions that were asked, just getting a feel for who's coming and going in and around this house, Your Honor, is when questions have been asked of other witnesses to indicate that maybe someone, he could have left, he could have come, he could have been back and forth. So just to clarify, at least this officer...
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Did you see the media?
Frequently.
And then you yourself were there many times, is that correct?
Yes.
And other officers were there as well, or no, throughout those days?
Throughout those days, but specifically at what dates and times, I couldn't tell you.
Now, are you aware of any other Charlie Bothuell V?
Yes.
And how is it that you're aware of another Charlie Bothuell V?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
Counsel, where are we going with this?
Again, Your Honor, there was some stuff that was asked of the witness Charlie Bothuell V that he could not explain that was attributed possibly to him, statements and other things. And so the existence of another Charlie Bothuell V could be relevant as to whether or not it was that Charlie Bothuell V or this Charlie Bothuell. If you give me a little leeway.
I'm going to give you a little leeway because I need to understand. Both parties, let the record reflect, both parties have objected. I've already stated I'm giving the leeway. You may proceed.
Do you know how old this individual is?
I believe in his early...
Objection, Your Honor, unless he has personal knowledge of Charlie V.
You're objecting on a lack of foundation.
Correct.
Lay the proper foundation. Thank you.
Did you investigate into the presence of another Charlie Bothuell V?
It had been developed during the course of the command post and the investigation in its totality. He had been found through a database search.
Did you follow up on that database search?
No. Well, information on this Charlie Bothuell V had been developed.
Okay.
Objection. That's
I'm sorry, just a second. What was your last part? That information had been...
It was developed further. Further information was taken from police databases, from LEAN.
And did you review
Hold
that?
on. What's your objection?
That's hearsay. I mean, he has no foundation to know how that information was put in other...
I'm allowing it.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
Yes.
Okay. And was that person's name in fact Charlie Bothuell V?
Yes.
Objection. Now, how does he have personal knowledge that person...
Counsel, your objection is lack of personal knowledge. Overruled. Continue.
And you indicated that you got this information from LEAN?
Yes.
What is LEAN?
It's a law enforcement information network, I believe is the acronym. It's a database that in the state of Michigan you can do a request for information, driver's license information, car registration information, data of that nature.
And do you know how old that Charlie Bothuell V is?
Specifically,
Objection, Your Honor.
So noted. Overruled. Answer the question.
I would have to refresh my recollection from the paperwork.
Do you
Now,
have
counsel, I indicated earlier that I was giving you a little leeway. You're leading away from the little that I had planned to give you. So I need you to get to your point with this witness, and let's move on.
Okay. Is that Charlie Bothuell V located in southeastern Michigan?
Yes.
And is that person, is that person a black male or a white male or a different race male?
Black male.
Do Do you know his approximate age?
Early 20s.
All right, thank you. Now, at any point, now you said you didn't really speak with Miss Monique Dillard-Bothuell during the course of this investigation?
No.
But you did speak with Charlie Bothuell before?
Yes.
At any point, did he indicate anything to you about little Charlie Bothuell V setting any fires?
He had.
What did he indicate to you about that?
That residents of the community were accusing him of starting the fire, but he didn't believe Charlie did it.
Charlie Bothuell IV didn't believe it?
Charlie Bothuell IV stated he did not believe his son had been starting those fires. Charlie Bothuell V, the one that had been reported missing.
Do you remember when he indicated this to you?
Towards the beginning of the investigation.
Did he at any point indicate anything about the little Charlie Bothuell V who was missing trying to poison the family?
No.
At any point did he indicate that there was food missing or items misplaced in the house during the course of this investigation that he couldn't account for?
Not that I recall.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Cross-examination. Just so that everybody knows, we are going until 4:30 today. I've been cleared. I think I shared that earlier in our sidebar. To go until 4:30, we need to finish this witness and then do office of proof as to whether or not they're going to be defense witnesses called. Mr. Dillard?
Okay. Good afternoon, Officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Before I get into the various search warrants that we talked about, I want to get your understanding of the residence. Now, over the course of these 10 days, you had been out to the residence on multiple occasions, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, you understood that there was a front door?
Yes.
And you understood that there was a back door?
Yes.
You also understood that there was a door down in the basement that entered into the tunnel that you previously described?
Yes.
And you also knew that there was a door leading out of that tunnel to the outside?
Yes.
So you were aware of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exits?
From the building or from various rooms?
5 exits from the house?
No.
Okay.
No, there would be...
May I help you? Front door?
Yes.
Back door?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Basement, the door leading out of the house into the tunnel?
No.
That's not an exit from the house?
That would still enter into the hallway.
The hallway's not, the tunnel hallway is not a part of the house, is it?
It's part of the entire structure.
My exit is not a part of the house, though, is there? Is it?
The house is part of the structure.
So your answer is yes or no?
All right. Well, when you say exit, do you mean an exit from the building in its entirety or just an exit from a room?
Exit from the house, 1344 Nicolette. We have a front door.
Yes.
We have a back door.
Correct.
We have a basement door.
Correct.
That's certain.
Yes.
We also have an exit that will allow you to exit from the structure from the tunnel.
Correct.
So we have 4 exits.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when you looked at the front door, was there any video recording equipment at the front door?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there any video recording apparatus at the back door?
Not that I recall.
Was there any video recording apparatus at the door leading out of the basement into the tunnel?
Yes.
1344?
There was a camera was focused on the doorway leading from the basement of 1344 Nicollet into the hallway.
All right. Was there a video recording apparatus located at the door exiting from the tunnel out into the parking lot?
No.
Okay. Now, am I correct that the first time that you went into the residence was June 17th?
Yes.
And I believe at that time you said you were not in a command role at that time.
I was not the investigator in charge of the case.
So you were not in the command role?
No.
Okay. Now, when you went into the home on the 17th, you testified that you kind of canvassed the house, for lack of a better word.
Correct.
And at this time, when you first came in, you were looking for a missing child. Is that correct?
When I came in?
Yes.
That was the scope of the investigation.
You were not looking for a child that was deceased, were you?
No.
Not on June 17th?
Not on June 17th.
Okay. Now, in fact, all of the information that you had on June 17th focused in on a missing child as opposed to a child that was deceased.
Correct.
Now, and in fact, that's why you felt the video of the basement door in the tunnel was important, because it was an exit.
Yes.
Now, you said you went upstairs.
Yes.
When you went upstairs, how many bedrooms were there?
3 in total.
Okay. And was there also a bathroom upstairs?
There was.
Okay. Now, when you went into a bedroom, I assumed you looked around?
No.
So, what did you... So, in other words, you were in the hallway of the upstairs?
Well, I observed, but I did not move objects or... Well, when you say look, what do you mean by look around? I'm sorry.
Okay. When you come up the steps, there's a hallway, right?
Correct.
And there are 3 bedrooms adjacent to the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And there's also a bathroom adjacent to the hallway.
Correct.
Okay. Now, my question is, when you come up, you're in the hallway upstairs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you walk into the bathroom?
Briefly.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you walk into each bedroom?
Briefly, yes.
So the answer is yes, you walked into each bedroom.
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Now, let's take one bedroom that you walked into. There's a closet in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
Did you open the closet?
No.
The second bedroom you went into, did you open the closet?
No.
The third bedroom, did you open the closet?
No.
Okay. So after you briefly looked in these 3 rooms, you came down to the main floor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look in, is there a bathroom down on the main floor?
There is.
Did you look in the bathrooms?
Briefly. Yes.
Now, on the first floor, you have the living room and the kitchen.
Correct.
But you do on that floor.
I looked around.
Okay. When you say you looked around, was there any other officers with you?
I believe so, yes.
How many?
I don't recall, maybe 1 or 2.
And what would they do?
Showing me the location that had been searched prior.
Okay, so they had searched prior to June 17th, officers?
Your protection calls for speculation.
He just testified that they showed him the places where they searched prior to. I'll allow it.
So what day did they search prior?
No, they indicated the location had been searched prior. They didn't. I didn't ask if they personally had searched it, but they were showing me the location that had been searched.
By who?
The other officers involved in this investigation.
Pursuant to a search warrant?
No.
Okay. So you were aware when you went in that the place had already been swept by a prior group of officers?
Yes.
So when you heard officer, FBI agent talk about, when you talk about a sweep before a search, you do it in tandem. You come in, you sweep the place for dangerous persons, and then the evidence texts come in afterwards. Is that correct?
Is what correct?
What I just said is the procedure. That there's a group of officers that come in and sweep the place first to make sure that there's no dangerous persons or any danger for the evidence technicians who come second.
Upon first initial for them, upon first initial entry for them.
That would be the procedure.
Yes.
Okay. So then on the 17th, you knew that the place had been swept for people.
Yes.
Right. Did you coming in there on the 17th?
Not swept, searched.
Okay. But part of the search, officer, it's a two-pronged process. You have a sweep by officers looking for possible danger, persons, threats, or the like that could hamper the evidence text. Isn't that part of the process? And then the evidence text come in second, right?
Your Honor, I object. First of all, this is asked and answered. Second of all, I don't know when he's talking about a search with the evidence text. That's not what this witness has testified to on the 17th. So
That's not.
Okay.
That's not. And Mr. Dillard, I need you to stick to a question. You're giving like a narrative before you're getting to a question.
The house had been searched prior to June 17th.
Yes.
No person had been found.
Correct.
No evidence had been seized.
Correct.
Now, you come in on the 17th. You go down into the basement.
Correct.
Correct. Did you move any boxes?
No.
Why not?
Because other officers had informed me they had searched the location, and I did not feel the need to redo the work that they had already done multiple times, redo the work that Charlie Bothuell IV and Monique Bothuell Dillard had indicated they had done as well.
Okay, so on June 17th, you formed an opinion that Charlie Bothuell V was not in the basement when you went down there.
I did not form that opinion.
Well, you said the officers had swept the place prior, right?
Yes.
Was there anything that lead you to believe that they had found Charlie Bothuell down in the basement?
No.
So when you went down there, your assumption was that he was not there, right?
I'd object, asked, and answered.
Well, I'm not certain it's been asked and answered by Mr. Dillard, but I need you to ask a question.
Well,
ask a relevant question.
Did you have the assumption that when you went down in the basement on June 17th that Charlie Bothuell V was not present in the basement?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you have an opinion as to whether or not Charlie Bothuell V was in the basement on June 17th?
Your Honor, I object. His opinion's not relevant.
I'm allowing it. Did you have an opinion?
Yes, I did.
And what was your opinion?
That based on the prior searches, Charlie was not in the basement.
Thank you. Your next question.
Okay, now, you talked about extracting the video.
Yes, sir.
Does the video have a timeline on it? The actual video itself can tell you what day it starts and what day it stops?
I don't recall.
Well, you testified initially that you looked at the tape recording from June 13th to June 17th and that it was timestamped. How was it timestamped?
If I could look at the video to refresh my memory.
Do you recall it being timestamped?
Your Honor, I believe he's asked to refresh his memory.
Well, answer the question. Do you recall it being time-stamped?
I believe there had been some form of timestamp on the file, ma'am.
Okay, and he's indicated that he needs to refresh his memory. So what additional questions do you have about this video that he says he needs to refresh his memory on?
Well, you know, then I, you know. Just a moment, Your Honor. We may have the video on the computer.
Yeah, but I think the video's in your file.
It takes a few minutes to pull up, Your Honor. Can we have that to refresh his recollection?
Did you ask him if it would?
Would it help you if we looked at it to see whether or not it's timestamped from June 13th to June 17th?
Yes.
How many minutes is it going to take to pull it up? I need to keep moving.
Well, this is critical evidence, Your Honor, because if he's saying that the video did not...
Critical to whom, counsel?
Critical, the whole purpose of the video is to say that the boy never exited the basement, Your
He
Honor.
said that on direct. He said he never saw him.
On the 17th.
No, that wasn't the testimony. I need you all to be listening at the table. That wasn't the testimony. That was not the testimony.
I've only asked him about the 17th. I'm just now going to ask him about the video recording in reference to June 13th to June 17th, which he testified.
Counsel, were you
at.
listening when he testified on direct examination that at the time that the child was reported missing, he did not see the kid, the child exit or on that video from the date that he was reported missing up until the last time he looked at that video? Did you not hear that testimony?
Judge, I'm concerned about the time frame, June 13th to June 17th. If there's no time stamp on the video.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Help the people. Go right ahead.
Let's find out where we can see.
Come on and help them. I've been here the whole time. Help them.
Should I get my video? Because I don't know what they have. That's not a video. That's something that they have.
I don't know.
Is that the actual video?
No.
Okay, Judge, I'll move on.
Yes, please
I'll
move.
move on.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll move on. Okay, so to summary, when you look at the video, you never saw any child or Charlie Bothuell ever exiting the back door leading out into the tunnel?
No.
Okay. Now, did you execute a search warrant on the 17th?
Did I execute it?
Yes.
No.
Did anyone execute a search warrant on the 17th?
Yes.
And who did that?
I believe the original assisting officers were still there, as well as the Detroit Police Evidence technicians.
Now, was that on the same day that Ms. Bothuell gave a statement to the police?
Yes, so it would have carried over into the morning of the 18th.
Okay. So while she was giving a statement to the police, you were executing a search warrant?
No, I believe the statement had been completed, but it was around the same time frame.
Okay. What in the statement of Ms. Bothuell provided evidence for the search warrant, if any? Just talking about Ms. Bothuell.
Your Honor, I just object. I would just like to, there's no proper foundation laid that any evidence from that statement was in the search warrant or that he would know. So I would ask for a proper foundation to be laid.
Lay the proper foundation, counsel.
Did you look at the search warrant, the affidavit as it relates to the search warrant that was executed on the night of the 17th leading into the morning of the 18th? Did you ever look at it?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in the search warrant related to information that you had received from Ms. Bothuell?
I'd have to refresh my recollection from the search warrant.
Do you have a search warrant?
I only brought down what I needed today.
And while she's looking, I'll go on to another set of questions.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
believe
you
he
went
needs
down.
to locate it himself, Your Honor. I was just going to move this.
No one has the search warrant.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring down everything today.
Okay. The witness needs to
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Dillard?
Is there anything in that search warrant that relates to Ms. Bothuell?
Just for the record, I'm just going through the entirety of the affidavit. She is referenced in here.
But there's nothing of her saying anything directly to you?
No.
Okay. Now, that was after she had given a statement, correct? That affidavit was made after she had given the statement.
Oh, the entirety of the affidavit? No, this was being typed while the statement was being written and she was being interviewed by Lieutenant Gardner.
Okay, so it was simultaneous?
For the most part, yes.
Now, when you were in the basement, you saw the 55-gallon drum, right?
I remember seeing a 55-gallon drum.
Okay, and did you walk over to it?
I believe I did.
Did you see anything behind it?
There was a lot of stuff there, sir.
We just asked you, did you see anything behind it?
I don't recall being able to see behind it.
You didn't. It's only about, what, 3 feet high?
But there was other stuff in front and on top and around it.
All right, let's go to June 18th. And I believe you had indicated that you now have typed up a search warrant and you're executing it on the 18th, the morning or afternoon of the 18th?
Which search warrant? The one we originally referred to?
Yes.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you said this was a specific search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And was this one for the computer?
Yes.
What else were you looking for?
An unwrapped prophylactic.
Okay.
Or condom.
Now, the tracking dogs were there at that scene, were they not?
The next day.
The June 18th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you have a specific search warrant to look for a computer and prophylaxis, but you have tracking dogs and cadaver dogs there. Right?
Yes.
Okay. What information did you have that brought you to believe, based on that search warrant that you just looked at, that justified having a cadaver dog?
Information garnered from the evidence taken through this search warrant.
Up until that point.
The items taken hadn't had a chance to be worked on or analyzed.
Well, you're only looking for the computer and the prophylactic, right?
That's what was taken.
Okay. So what's the purpose of the cadaver dog, if you know?
as an investigative tool.
Okay. But not pursuant to a search warrant?
No, this is an additional tool to further aid this investigation, not related to any data or evidence garnered from the items taken during this search warrant.
And you also had tracking dogs there?
Yes.
Which also were not based on that search warrant you had?
No, they were not based on the search warrant.
And you indicated that the cadaver dogs actually went into the house?
Yes, I know that one cadaver dog did go into the house.
And I think you testified that the tracking dog did not go into the house?
Correct.
Why would the cadaver dog go into the house and not the tracking dog go into the house when you're looking for a missing child?
The cadaver dog would go into the house to rule out, as a tool, the possibility of any foul play. The tracking dog, as indicated by the father and stepmother Charlie Bothuell IV and Monique Dillard-Bothuell, through the reporting to us that he had run away. So the tracking dog was used based off of the statement that he had run away from the house. So the tracking dog was utilized in order to attempt to locate his trail, if still available, for that. And also the cadaver dog would then be used to rule, to either affirm or deny or rule out or provide as a tool an avenue of investigation, like if the child had indeed run away, rule out a possibility of there being a crime scene in the house, or as a tool.
So on the very first day that you came to the house, June 18th, executed on June 18th, the next day, you are already investigating whether or not there was a murder?
No, it was not believed it was a murder.
But you were using a cadaver dog, which you testified trips on odor or cells of decomposing body.
That's my belief.
Okay. Now, why didn't the tracking dog go in the house?
Objection asked and answered. He just gave that answer to the same question.
Counsel, he really has. Your next question.
I don't believe, Your Honor, that...
Counsel, go to your next question.
Did the tracking dog go into the house, go into the basement, if you know?
No, he did not.
Now, there came on another day that you executed another search warrant, and that was June 19th.
Yes.
Now, let me just say, back on June 18th, did the tracking dog search outside the house at all?
Yes.
Did the tracking dog identify anything outside the house?
No.
Did the tracking dog go to the back door of the house?
The tracking dog, I do not believe went to the back door of the house.
Okay. Did the tracking dog go to the door that's at the end of the tunnel leading out into the parking lot?
I don't know. I was not with the tracking dog.
Well, you were standing outside at that time, weren't you?
I wasn't on the side of where the tunnel exits when the tracking dog was deployed.
Okay, so you did not see if the tracking dog went down to the parking lot?
No, I did not.
So the tracking dogs, all you saw them do was in the front of the house?
I saw the tracking dog leave with its handler and another officer, I believe it was Officer Binion, with the tracking dog, and the tracking dog conducted their search.
Okay. Did you get any evidence as a result of that?
No.
What about the cadaver dog?
They indicated in multiple locations.
Where?
The upstairs bedroom that had been indicated to be Charlie Bothuell V's, the missing child, his bedroom. And the back of the car, which Mr. Bothuell IV had been leasing. and go ahead.
I'm not cutting off.
I believe the the cadaver dog hit in one more location inside the house, but I'm not sure off the top of my head, sir.
But that evidence didn't lead to any relevant evidence that the child was murdered, correct?
Well, he's alive, so no.
Okay. Now, the search warrant that's looking for trace of DNA is on June 19th. That's the specific search warrant, right?
Yes.
And once again, you were not in charge.
Correct.
Okay, now on the 19th, however, you are looking, given the fact that the search warrant is specific for DNA and trace, on this particular search warrant, you're looking for a dead child.
No.
Nevertheless, the search warrant is asking for DNA evidence?
Correct. Because the cadaver dog hits off of decomposing body matter, blood, skin tissue that's left behind, like chunks of flesh or a bone, or blood that has been left from some kind of wound or injury, is also decomposing matter from a human body, which are also things that from my belief and my limited experience, that a cadaver dog can detect on once it begins to decompose.
Now, those samples likewise did not lead to any relevant information as to whether or not the child was dead.
I would object. I think it's been established Charlie Bothuell V is not dead.
No. What I'm asking about, at the time they were evaluating it on June 19th, it didn't lead to any conclusive evidence as to whether the young child was dead.
And he's already testified no, because the child wasn't dead.
I'm talking about...
Counsel, ask a question. Let's ask a relevant question and let's keep moving.
Okay.
Spending time on things that he's already testified to. Go ahead.
On 19th, it did not give you any conclusive evidence, June 19th, that he was dead.
No.
Okay, thank you. Now, you now execute another search warrant, and I believe this one goes from the 19th into the 20th. Is that the same search warrant that we're talking about? I wasn't quite sure of that.
Where is the search warrant being executed upon?
Well, I have it that the 19th you did a search warrant which had these DNA samples, but you also indicated that it now went into the 20th.
Yes.
Is that the same search warrant?
It's the same, I guess you could say, incident or activity.
Okay, so they're connected.
Yeah, it goes from the night into the morning of the 20th.
Okay, so when they searched the car, what day was that?
Well, because of the hits on the car at the scene, and by the evidence techs, the car was taken to a secure location, so it would not be, so no evidence would be hampered, or the evidence would be seized in a more ideal condition and environment by being collected in a garage as opposed to on the side of a curb in the street.
So I just want to get my clear in my mind. So the car was a part of that original June 19th search warrant for DNA samples for elimination purpose? Or was it a separate search warrant?
A separate search warrant had been typed for the car, because even though Charlie Bothuell IV had rented the car was a rental car owned and under the authority of another entity. So a separate search warrant was submitted for the vehicle itself.
Okay, and that was on June 21st?
No, it was on the it was on the 19th. And it was carried over into the 20th.
Much like you talked about the DNA elimination, started on the 19th and carried on to the 20th.
It was part of that whole incident.
So we had two search warrants on the 19th and the 20th, basically.
Yes.
I just want to make sure it's clear in my mind. Okay, now we've got another search warrant on June 21st, right?
June 20th.
One? June 21st?
June 20th.
June 20th.
Yes. I don't.
Strike that. June 20th, you do the canvassing.
No.
That wasn't June 20th, the Saturday that you said you had to do the canvassing?
I believe the 21st was the canvassing. I believe the 20th. I believe the day of the 20th was a day. No, I believe some canvasses were being done on the 20th. I'd have to refresh my memory, but I remember typing a search warrant on the 20th while an interview was being conducted. I had to get relief from myself so the interview could continue. While I typed the warrant and got it signed, so I followed up on that search warrant.
Listen to me, who were you interviewing?
I was not interviewing anybody.
Somebody being interviewed at that time? That's what you just said?
Yes.
Who was that?
Charlie Bothuell the fourth.
Okay, so, all right, so, and what was seized as a result of that June 20th search warrant that you talked about?
During the interview, I had been notified of by a special agent from ERT.
Can't say what he said.
I can't, but I mean, would you like me to?
Yeah, my question was, what was seized as a result of June 20th? That was my question.
A receipt from Myers.
Okay, a receipt from Myers.
Yes.
Excuse me for a second. All right. Okay, let's go to June 21st. This is when you started the additional canvassing. Or was it the first canvassing?
No, this was additional canvassing.
You had conducted one previous canvass?
A canvass had been done prior.
Now, and it's correct, you indicated, did you receive that you got no viable leads from this canvass that occurred on June 21st?
I don't recall.
Did this June 21st canvass include the King complex, King apartment complex?
I know a canvass had been done at the King Homes apartments or townhouses. I'm not sure if that was if people went there on the 21st off the top of my head, or if they went there at a later date.
Do you know whether or not the canvass included the market, the market store, the Safeway, not Safeway, but what is it? Yeah, Family Fair.
I believe it had.
Now, you had become command leader on the 21st, right?
I've become the OIC, the officer in charge.
Okay,
yes.
so you were in charge of this canvass.
Correct.
Okay, and you received the information from the canvass if it related to the King or to the market.
Right.
Do you recall any information indicating that the child had been in the area of the King apartments from that canvass?
Yes.
Had you received information that the kid had been in the vicinity of the market, Family Fair, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive that information from one officer or two officers?
It had been conveyed to me by one officer.
Okay, and who was that officer?
Detective Sergeant Kenneth Ducker.
Ducker. And you relied upon Ducker's interpretation of those interviews that he had conducted as a result of the canvass.
And then he followed up on that canvass.
Okay, and how did he follow up?
He went to the market.
Okay. Well, before he went to the market, he would have to have gotten some information about the market, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the second time he's going back?
Pardon?
When he went to the market, he had to have gotten some information that the child may have been at the market.
Yes.
Okay. Then you said there was a follow-up to that. Was there a follow-up or not a follow-up?
So he conducts his canvass and his interview at the King Homes, or wherever he got the information, tells me, and then he goes to the market, and he investigates at the market.
Okay, and that's all he does.
Yes.
So there's no follow-up after those 2 interviews.
Based on the information gleaned through his investigation, it was determined that no further investigation at the market needed to be concluded.
Okay. And you relied upon Officers Ducker on that decision making.
I relied upon Detective Sergeant Ducker.
Okay, Sergeant Ducker.
Yes.
What in that information, let's talk about the King interview, canvas. What in that information, in your opinion, made it unreliable?
You want me to testify to what was found?
There was a statement made.
Yes.
Do you recall who the person's name was?
I believe, not off the top of my head.
From one person?
Yes.
And then there was another statement made at the market?
Correct.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay, so as a result of those 2 interviews, no viable leads.
Correct.
Okay, that's June 21st. Now, on June 21st, you said you also got a 911 call?
I believe it came in through 911. I'm not sure if it was or if it came in through another means.
And I think you also said, just make sure it's clear in my mind, you also took statements from family members of the child on June 21st.
I did not.
But
statements have been taken.
Were taken?
Yes.
And that included the biological mother?
I believe so. A statement had though been taken from the biological mother. I'm not sure if it was taken that day or earlier or after, but a statement had been taken from her.
You excluded the biological mother as a suspect, therefore.
Your Honor, I'd object to that question of excluding someone as a suspect, therefore, based on statements that were made when, what. The question's unclear.
I was saying, you took statements from family members on June 21st. Not you, but the task force took statements.
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it included the biological mother as one of them.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Your Honor, again, I'd object. He said that he wasn't sure when the biological mother statement was taken. So is he asking?
I never asked when.
Testified to.
He answered the question that counsel asked.
Okay. Now, then my question is, as a command leader, you excluded the biological mother.
Excluded her
as a suspect.
All avenues remained open throughout the entirety of the investigation until it was completed.
You did not do any search warrants at her house after that statement, did you?
I did not.
Did your team do any search warrants at her house after that statement?
Search warrants? No.
Did you ever consider the mother as a suspect?
Your Honor, I'd object at this point. His consideration is irrelevant.
Well,
he's testified that he's the officer in charge. I'm allowing it. Did you ever consider the mother as a suspect? I know you've said all avenues were open, but just answer so we can keep moving.
Yes, the mother in her home was a possibility of a place where Charlie Bothuell, the fifth junior that went missing, is a place that could have he could have been secreted to and hid out, or he could have fled to during the course of this investigation.
Thank you. Your next question.
Now, then I think on the 22nd, you took the day off. Well, you said you had exhaustion and you guys...
Yes, we had been working 18, 20-hour days consecutively on this.
Now, I thought you told me on June 23rd the canvas was expanded and it was actually on this date that you went to the King.
There was more...
Not the 21st.
Your Honor, I would object. I think the testimony was he was unsure of the date of the King Homes. So to say that he said it was on the 21st would be a mischaracterization of the testimony.
It is. Thank you. Counsel, your question.
So you don't know when you went to the King Home, whether it was the 21st or the 23rd?
If some officers happened or their canvas investigation led them to the King Homes on the 21st, then information was gleaned from the King Homes on the 21st. There was a focus to do additional canvassing in an expanded area, which included the King Homes on the 23rd.
Now, whether it's the 21st or the 23rd, the canvassing also includes the use of tracking and cadaver dogs as a part of that canvas.
Yes.
And you actually, did you not testify that the cadaver dogs identified, I assume, some form of decomposing body in the dumpster at the King Home?
Some form of decomposing matter had been present, which caused the cadaver dog, to indicate on the dumpster.
Okay, but that dumpster was at the King Home?
It was nearby. I don't know the exact location where the dumpster was, off the top of my head.
Well, it certainly wasn't in the area of 1344 Nicolette.
No. No, it was not.
And then you removed that to a secure place as well, similar to what you did with the car.
Correct. To preserve any evidence.
Okay. At this point, we're now on June 23rd, your original contact with this file occurring on the 17th, which is approximately 6 to 7 days, depending how you are looking at it. Did you draw any conclusion as the commander that the child may have been murdered?
It was deemed a possibility.
And did you have some specific information that deemed that, or was that just a general procedural process that you normally, not ruling out anything?
Just not ruling out anything.
Okay, so throughout this investigation, you're looking for a missing child as well as a possibility of a murdered child?
That possibility remained in the back of our heads as a possibility.
Now, you then indicate that you go, however, on June 24th, you do a search warrant that is of a more general nature. You said it was broader in scope, indicating a crime. What factors did you have to justify that?
Counsel, that was not the testimony. I can't let that go. That wasn't a testimony. Just stick to asking a question instead of summarizing what he's testified. I've been trying not to chime in, but that was not his testimony. He said they did a broader canvas to collect any information that would be indicia of a crime. And so just stay away from giving the summary of his testimony and stick with just asking a question. Your question.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but
we're talking about a canvas. Mr. Dillard, and you won't be. Please ask your question.
We're not talking about June 24th. We're not talking about a canvas. We're talking about a search warrant, right?
Pardon?
On June 24th, we're talking about a search warrant looking for an indicia of a crime. Isn't that what you testified as a search warrant? Strike it. Was there a search warrant on June 24th?
Was it executed or was it typed and
Typed
soft.
up.
Yes.
Okay. And it was of a general nature,
Yes.
broader in scope,
Yes.
indicative of a crime.
It was indicative of the possibility of a crime.
Okay. And I think you indicated the three things that you indicated were murder, hiding, or relocating the child.
Your Honor,
Was that correct?
I'd object. I think that mischaracterizes the evidence.
Well, what did you say then?
You know what? I believe I didn't type this search warrant, but I believe it was broader for that scope, including those things you just mentioned.
Including those things I said. Thank you. Now, this search warrant was executed on June 25th,
Yes.
right? Now, what was in that? Just a moment. Did you have any additional factors that justified that broader search warrant that you had acquired that led you to go from the search warrant on the 21st to the 24th? Was there, what information that you got that justified the search warrant on the 24th that you had obtained between the 21st and the 24th?
Between the 21st?
Okay, I'll rephrase.
Yeah, please.
You did a search warrant on the June 21st, right?
Where?
I believe at the King home, at the dumpster.
The search warrant.
Your Honor, I would object. That's not the testimony.
Counsel, just ask the question.
I'm just trying to get the sequence. Let me phrase it to you this way. Before the search warrant of June 24th, what day did you have? What was the prior date of the prior search warrant? If we're talking about the search warrant of the 24th.
What search warrant are you talking about specifically?
Any search warrant.
Okay.
I'm asking you about a search warrant on June 24th. This is the one that we just talked about. And I'm asking you, what date was the prior search warrant to the June 24th one?
The one prior to that was, I believe, the search warrant for the dumpster.
Okay, and that was on the June 21st.
No.
What day was it?
The 23rd.
23rd. Okay. Let's assume it's June 23rd. What information, was the information you received on June 23rd from the dumpster, did that justify the search warrant on the 24th?
I don't recall being the one that typed the search warrant for the dumpster. The reason why the dumpster was, a search warrant was typed for the dumpster was because there was indicia of the cadaver dog.
Did you type the one for the 24th?
I don't believe I did. I believe that was typed by Detective Sergeant Edward Price.
Who?
Edward Price.
Edward Price.
I'd have to refresh my recollection, though.
But you specifically don't recall you doing it?
I'd have to refresh my recollection.
Check. I just want to make sure whether you did it or you didn't.
I'd have to refresh my recollection. Yeah.
You're just talking about June 24th.
Yes, that was typed by Detective Sergeant Edward Price of the Michigan State Police.
I correct that after June 17th, you never went back into the 1344 Nicolette address? Other than on June 25th?
Give me a moment to think. I don't believe so.
Okay, now we can go to June 25th. You did go into the residence on June 25th.
Yes.
And you did observe the child.
Yes.
And am I correct that did he have any serious injury that you noticed? Physical?
I did not do a physical inspection of him at the scene.
Well, he wasn't bleeding that you know of, did he? Was he?
No bleeding.
Did he appear to have any broken bones or anything?
Your Honor, I'd object as to how he would know whether or not he had broken bones.
Counsel,
Well, I mean,
he doesn't know.
just
what
briefly,
child had. No, he doesn't know unless you're establishing some foundation.
Was there anything nothing further, Your Honor?
Oh, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Pezmark.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, the first officer in charge of this case was Officer Binion, correct?
I believe he was, yes.
He's not a sergeant, he's just an officer.
I'm not sure what his rank is at the time or currently.
This was an investigation that started on June 14th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was a high, did it become a high priority investigation?
At what time?
When they asked you to get involved on the 17th?
I would say it didn't become a high priority until the command post was established.
And when was that?
I would say I would venture to say it was established maybe the 18th.
And then you were made the officer in charge on the 19th, correct?
Correct.
When you say a command post has been established, what does that mean exactly?
It's a place, room, location where information can be gathered, collected, filed, sorted, analyzed, and then the investigation based off of that analysis can be redirected and refocused more efficiently, as opposed to having one person go out, collect information, return it, and then a single person go out, collect it. Everybody goes out, collects information, brings it back in. You have people dedicated to reviewing and analyzing that information, and then based off the information that's gleaned from the street and information that's developed further inside by comparing the information gleaned and turned into the command post and background checks and database searches, a more efficient way of investigating can be done on a big investigation.
Okay. And whose idea was it to start a command post in this case?
Objection, how is that relevant?
Counsel, how is it as to who decided to do a command post?
I'll rephrase
Please.
Question. Was it your idea for a command post to be placed in the case?
And I would object to relevance.
Just answer the question.
I believe I stated it was command post worthy.
You did on direct 3 times at least, but go ahead.
And would you have stated that to someone higher up, a supervisor, like a commander or chief, or would you have stated that to the OIC, Mr. Bennett?
The OIC, my lieutenant, and the special agents that were assisting, and the people of the various task forces.
Okay, and the media has the media already gotten involved at that point?
From my understanding, the media had been involved prior to me even being part of this investigation.
Prior to the 17th?
I believe so. I don't know when the media started becoming involved.
So they were already involved?
Who?
The media.
Involved with who?
They were already reporting on this disappearance.
Your Honor, I'd object, asked and answered. He already said he believes he doesn't know.
He just said he doesn't. This is
Sustained. Next question.
So, as the officer in charge of this case, you're familiar with the evidence, or what we would call the discovery, in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, well, I would object. Are we talking about evidence or discovery? Because those aren't always the same.
Clarify, counsel, for the record.
Okay. The police reports, the evidence discs. Is that something that you ultimately turned over to the prosecutor?
Yes.
And before you turned it over, you were familiar with it?
As familiar as one can get with all of this, yes.
Okay. But you turned it over, you knew what you were turning over, correct?
Yes.
Why was the decision made to change the officer in charge from Officer Binion to yourself?
Your Honor, I would object. That could call for speculation. It could also call for hearsay. It also is irrelevant.
Is it relevant? How is it relevant?
Because I want to know if there's a reason that it was escalated to a sergeant.
It's not relevant. Next question. Sustained.
As the officer in charge of this case, were you reporting back to the chief of the police department?
Objection, relevance.
Well, when you found something, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When you found something important in the case, who did you report that back to?
Again, I would object to relevance.
Answer the question. Who did you report it to?
When my supervisor asked me for updates with the investigation, I would inform him.
Okay, thank you.
Who's your supervisor?
Lieutenant Cole.
You testified that there were several search warrant affidavits that you prepared and search warrants that you prepared in this case, correct?
Yes.
When you prepared those affidavits, do you take your time preparing those affidavits to make sure that the information is accurate?
As accurate as, it can be.
Okay. And it's a sworn affidavit, correct?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you that it's a sworn affidavit?
Your Honor, I would object as to how this is relevant.
It's not. Next question. Sustained. relevant. I want us to stick to the relevant things. How is this relevant? It's not. Your next question.
Okay, do you recall swearing in your affidavit that Mr. Bothuell lied about calling 911 on his way home from the office?
Your Honor, I would object if he's going to refer to something. I would ask that he refer to it. He said your affidavit. There's been testimony of multiple affidavits.
When your witness can testify, whether or not he knows what affidavit he's talking about, answer the question. Do you recall saying that Mr. Bothuell lied about calling 911 on his way home from work?
We were unable to find the record of that call that he said he placed.
That's not my question, sir. I'm saying, do you recall saying that he lied about calling 911 on his way home? In your affidavit.
I would object, asked and answered.
No, he didn't answer the question, Your Honor.
He said he was unable to find the log. Answer the question. Do you recall indicating that Mr. Bothuell lied about calling the 911 operator on his way home from work?
Specifically, if I said he lied, I would have to see the affidavit in question to refresh my memory.
Okay. Yeah, can I present it to the witness, Your Honor?
Have you seen it already?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I'm just waiting because I only have one copy, Your Honor, so I'd like to have it back once he's refreshed his memory. And there's actually, there's multiple, but I'm going to give him these two. I'm going to give him this one as well.
Has the prosecutor seen the second?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And did you or did you not state in these warrant affidavits that excuse me, I'm going to start with the first one that I showed you. And did you not state in the first one that that Mr. Bothuell lied about calling 911 on his way home?
It did not say he lied.
Okay, what did it say?
Would you like me to read the affidavit in?
Sure.
Or, I mean,
I would argue, how is this relevant?
It's a sworn affidavit it's sworn testimony.
He's not going to read the entire affidavit
No,
into
no,
the
no.
record. Is
Just
that correct?
just the relevant
Okay.
2 sentences.
Read into the record what you said about Mr. Bothuell calling the 911 operator on his way home from work.
During an interview with the father and FBI Special Agent Michael Fitzgerald on June 20th, 2014, the father disclosed he received a phone...
No.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That was fast. During an interview with the father and FBI Special Agent Michael Fitzgerald on June 20th, 2014, the father discloses he received a phone call from his wife, Monique Dillard-Bothuell, wherein she notified him that his son, the victim, Charlie Bothuell V, the missing, had run away. The father stated he left work and called 911 while he was en route from his place of business to his home located at 1344 Nicollet to assist his wife, Monique Dillard-Bothuell. The father stated he was alone and busy working on forms for his paralegal assistant. Paragraph 24. A search of the Detroit Police Department 911 call records revealed the first call received regarding this incident was placed at approximately 10:10 p.m. on June 14th, 2014, requesting police assistance by Charlie Bothuell IV for assistance in finding the victim. During the conversation with 911, Mr. Bothuell IV is clearly heard conversing with Monique Dillard-Bothuell in the background and did not sound as though he was in a vehicle, as he had previously described hereafter, others assisting this investigation, and Special Agent Fitzgerald during his interview on June 20th, 2014.
Thank you. I'm sorry, there's one more sentence after that I need you to read it to the record as well, 25.
Due to the victim...
Can I see it? Just...
Due to the victim's age, length of time the victim had been missing, the contradictory statements provided by the father and stepmother, the disclosure given by the victim, and the physical marks observed on the victim's body, leads your affiant to believe the victim's disappearance was criminal in nature and that the scarring and beatings received by the victim are criminal in nature.
You were here for Officer Mott's testimony earlier today, correct?
Yes.
And you heard Officer Mott testify that there was 3 phone calls made to 911,
Your Honor.
including one before 10:10 p.m.
Your Honor, I would object at this point.
On what grounds?
He... Your Honor, I don't believe this is a proper line of questioning. If he's going to weigh on the witness's credibility. Prior witnesses.
Well, I get to determine whether or not there's an issue with the prior witness's credibility. Ask the question.
Officer Mott, let me try it this way. Officer Mott performed a dump on Mr. Bothuell's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware of that dump of the cell phone, right?
Yes.
And he testified earlier, as part of that dump, that there was this phone call at 10:10 p.m. that you're talking about, but there was also a phone call in the 9 o'clock hour from the cell phone that lasted 4 minutes to 911, correct?
At what time?
It was 9:50. Yeah. To give you the exact time in seconds. 9:50 and 41 seconds until 9:54 and 47 seconds.
Okay.
And then there's a 10:10 call, the one that you refer to in your affidavit, that was also placed by Mr. Bothuell's cell phone to 911 that lasted until 10:14 p.m.
I believe so.
Okay. Based on the evidence in this case, that was part of the evidence in this case, does your affidavit contain false information?
Your Honor, I'd object to that. I don't see how that his testimony says his affidavit indicates false information.
He's asking the question, does your affidavit contain false information?
No, it's truthful to.
Next question.
Okay. You put that statement that you could hear his wife in the background of the first 911 call. You put that in your affidavit for a reason, correct?
Because we had the 911 calls.
Okay.
And the tapes.
And you personally wanted the court to infer from that he was lying about calling previously 911, correct?
No.
Then why would you put it in there for a request for a search warrant over and over and over again?
That was as the information was presented.
Okay, but you found it. There's a lot of information presented to you, but you found this information relevant enough to place it in multiple affidavits, correct?
Your Honor, I'd object. First of all, how is this relevant?
So I'm going to draw my conclusions based on, believe it or not, I am taking notes and paying very close attention as to the testimony that's being given in this case. I'm very clear about what Mott testified as to the number and the time of the 911 calls. You've established through this witness with respect to his affidavit what time he says that the defendant, Charlie Bothuell, called 911. Let's not spend a lot of time trying to, I'm clear on what's going on, and I'll be able to draw my own conclusions as to who's telling the truth and what weight I'm going to give to what testimony. So please, let's move on.
Okay.
We're down to the 10-minute mark.
Based on your review of the evidence in this case, around what time do you believe that? Strike that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bothuell reported his son missing the same night that, according to the evidence, you believe he went missing, correct?
Say that again?
Okay. Did he immediately report his son being missing?
I don't know from what time he was told that he went missing to the time he first called 911,
Okay.
off the top of my head.
Was it the same night?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that he called the police multiple times that night?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe the allegation strike that. And when he called the police that night, did he invite the police into his house?
Your Honor, I would object, except that would call for speculation. There's been no testimony this officer was there.
He's the OIC, Your Honor. He knows what the investigation
You
is.
have to ask the question such that he can testify from his personal knowledge, though, counsel.
Okay. Are you aware that the police did show up that night?
Yes.
Okay. And were they allowed in the home?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. And they were allowed in the basement of the home as well?
Your Honor, I would object. This calls for speculation.
It does, sustain.
He's answering the question, Your Honor.
Sustained. I already said to you that you have to lay the proper foundation as to this witness is testifying from his personal knowledge.
Okay, let's After Charlie Bothuell V was found, there was some allegations about an elliptical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate those allegations? And what I mean by that is, did you go and look at the elliptical after that?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, did you take the elliptical into evidence?
No.
Okay. Did you... What I mean by did you investigate the elliptical is, did you do... There was some evidence that he had to do 4,000, that he was supposed to do 4,000 revolutions on the elliptical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you become aware that 4,000 revolutions on an elliptical takes about 30 minutes at a jogging pace?
Your Honor, I would object to that. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know what the proper foundation is for this question, and I don't know how it's relevant.
Well, there was an allegation that the amount of repetitions that he had to do was just too many, and so that's a part of the allegation. It's in the complaint. But you can testify. Are you aware? Yes or no?
What was the question?
Are you aware, did you become aware that 4,000 revolutions on that elliptical machine takes about 30 minutes at a jogging pace?
I would object to jogging, Your Honor. I don't know what pace that is.
Well, the witness needs to tell us he don't know what pace that is.
Yes, I cannot testify to what the victim, Charlie Bothuell V's pace is on an elliptical machine.
Okay. Did you do any investigation to find out how long it would take for 4,000 revolutions to be done on that machine?
Your Honor, again, I would object. Any investigation to how long it would take, there's been no foundation as to for what type of person, how fast they go, how slow they go,
So then I'm going to give it the appropriate weight. Did you do any investigation? Somebody 500 pounds, somebody 200 pounds, a brand new baby, I don't know. Did you do any investigation?
I did not re-subject Charlie Bothuell V to the workout routine that was indicated.
Your answer is no?
No.
Thank you. Next question.
Okay. Do you believe that 4,000 revolutions is a grueling amount based on your investigation?
A grueling amount for who?
For Charlie Bothuell V, for a 12-year-old.
I have no idea what would be a grueling amount for a 12-year-old.
So you don't know?
I would refer to a expert, medical expert.
Thank you. You testified that there was a search of Africa Shipping's biological mother of Charlie Bothuell V's home, correct?
It wasn't a search, but the officers were given permission to search through the home that had gone there.
Okay, so
I believe.
So, counsel, I'm going to hate to interrupt you midstream, but it is 4:30. I have pushed it as far as I am able to push it. We're scheduled to be back on the 24th of June at 9:30. Make sure that is the right time.
I think that's 10 o'clock.
Okay, at 10 o'clock a.m. We are wrapping this case up on June 24th. Have your witnesses on deck. You will do your offers of proof. I'm sorry that they'll have to stand by all day, but if that's the way you all are doing it, then your witnesses will just be inconvenienced, because I'm going to do the offer cross-examination of this witness on the 24th. No one else will step in and finish up this cross-examination. And then there will be redirect by the people, and then this witness will be excused. Then we'll do our office of proof, but I'm saying to you today, have your witnesses on deck. Do not come in here on the 24th and tell me we didn't think we would get finished, because I'm not asking for your thoughts. I'm telling you that we are finishing on the 24th. It's time to wrap this thing up. And so I'm ready to proceed on the 24th. Please be on time, and let's be ready to close this matter out. Anything else for my consideration?
One housekeeping.
Yes.
I know I have exhibits that were introduced during the course. Does the court want me to hold on to them now, or does the court want them now?
I need all of the exhibits.
Well, can I get the court, my court to get
Yes,
my
you
three
can.
now?
And I don't have exhibits from the people. The only thing I have is the telephone records. I also have a sketch, and I have statements. And that's all I have. I need
Yeah, it's just, you know, in and out.
What?
Apparently we're second.
We're set.
Maybe they couldn't turn it.
Well, it's true.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, I can't get it better.
Hopefully it'll work. Okay. Well, Detroit police telling us that victim was rushed to the hospital. The suspect ran from the scene. Right now, they are asking the public for help getting this guy locked up. Detroit police asking that anyone with any information give them a call, or you can always call Crime Stoppers and remain anonymous. That number, of course, 1-800-SPEAK-UP. For now, live on Detroit's West Side, I'm Amy Lang, Fox 2 News.
few, but we've made up for with having a few more that are good.
What has the past year been like for you?
Wonderful. I've loved it. I've been to every away game along with the ones here, and I really enjoy it. It's been part of my life.
How much of an adjustment has it been for you now to assume such a higher profile role?
Well, I don't feel it that way. I feel it's just more of the same. I just maybe haven't been as visible, but I've been there and